Not struggling.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's nice. Yeah. So I'm new to. Oh, okay.
I think we're ready.
And I'll know by your email.
Yeah.
Well, I just.
But, yeah, that one day. Not a lot, you know, like that. Yeah. That car was a month ago. So, but he delegated out all of the job. So, but the job for you.
I don't have to see you. You're back here now.
Yeah, pretty big program. Oh.
Sorry, who was that?
Yeah, that's a lot of responsibility.
Say again, please.
I heard that.
And it sounds like. Just public comment.
Hey Andy, are we ready? I see in the chat you said we are, so should we go ahead and get going?
Oh, yeah. Are you hearing conversation around the room, or are you just hearing me more clearly?
Oh,
Hi Andy, yes, I'm hearing some conversations around the room, so it's hard to hear you.
Okay.
yeah, I just wanted to.
Why don't we get going? You can turn it over to me, and then I'll do logistics for the meeting with the sound.
Okay. I can barely hear you, but I'll just go ahead and get us started and then turn it over to you and Tara.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Pushing the button.
No, you just have to speak into them,
Okay.
but they are very close. You need to be very close. That's what's going to allow the microphone to pick up and keep her advisory vote in the Zoom thing.
Okay, well, I guess if we're ready to go, I will get us started. I just want to thank everybody for being here, and thank you, Andy and Marcus and DLCD staff for making this possible to do a hybrid and hybrid in-person and virtual meeting. My name is Susan Chambers, and I'm the South Coast Fisheries Rep and Chair of OPAC. Due to a family emergency, I apologize that I cannot be there in person, but I'll be attending online as much as I can today. To better facilitate the meeting, and because Vice Chair Tara Brock also chaired the Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 Working Group, I will turn it over to Tara to run the OPAC meeting in person after introductions and approval of the draft meeting summary. Let me see here. Okay, so I guess we have a couple of ground rules first. And meeting guidelines. I think Andy has there we go. There they are. So yeah, for OPAC members, if you could keep muted unless you're speaking. And please use the chat or raise your hand to indicate you would like to speak for those of you online. For those of you in person, if you could just flip your name card on its end. And I know Tara will see that and recognize you to make comment. And lastly, for public comment, for those of you online, please indicate through the chat that you'd like to provide public testimony. And with that, one other announcement, I'd like to welcome DLCD Director, Dr. Brenda Ortigoza Bateman. I hope I didn't screw that up too badly. But welcome to our OPAC meeting, and she will be attending and introducing herself to the council in a little bit. And with that, Andy, can you please run through the roster since we have some people in person and some online for introductions and attendance?
I will do that. I just wanted to make a note about the audio. All of these microphones in the room are connected to our Zoom channel, and they are what's going to be the signal that's carried to the online participants today. So while we can hear each other in the room really well, make sure that you are speaking into the microphone so that the online participants can hear the discussion and the dialogue. And we will likely have to remind you to be very close to the mics because they are sensitive, but sensitive at a close distance. So just a reminder for us all today. And we will proceed to member introduction. Why don't we just go down the slide here, and we'll use that order to facilitate the introductions today. Tara?
Great, thank you, Andy. Tara Brock, Vice Chair of OPAC, representing Coastal Conservation.
Jamie?
Jamie Faraday, Coastal at Large, coming to you from Wallowa Lake.
Walter Chuck, Ports and Marine Transportation Navigation from Newport, Oregon.
Margaret?
Dainishina, Margaret Corby, Linlas, here in Corvallis. Sorry, I wasn't able to come in person today. I had planned to, but of course, things came up with my family too, just some illness. So I am staying home today, but good to see everybody. And I wish I was there in person. The tribal coastal rep for OPAC.
Do we have John? Not seeing John. Richard?
Richard Heath, the Southfield Charter Sports and Recreational Fisheries Representative.
Peggy?
Peggy Joyce, statewide public representative. I live in Albany, Oregon.
Joe?
Everybody, I'm Joe Lee Bezai from the statewide conservation and environmental organization rep.
We have Bob Payne. Charlie Clyde.
Good morning, folks. Charlie Plyben. I am the non-consumptive recreation representative, I guess, still waiting on that appointment. And I live in Newport, Oregon. It's nice to see everybody this morning. I apologize I can't be there in person.
Thank you, Charlie. David?
Yes, good morning, everyone. Dave Yamamoto, Tillamook County Commissioner, representing the North Coast counties.
Fran?
Good morning, everybody. I'm Fran Reck, the elected coastal official representing OPAC.
Okay, moving on to our ex officio council members. Ray?
Ray Monroe, Coastwide Organization representing small ports and local governments, OCZMA rep. Thank you.
Do we have Laurel Tillman?
Laurel Hillman, Oregon Parks and Recreation Department, sitting in for Director Assumption.
Actually, I need to update this slide because Carmen has moved on from it. So Scott.
Yep, I'm Karen Graves. Scott Grove, I took over Dave Fox's old position when he retired. Before that, I was on the South Coast for about 20 years, managing shrimp and sea urchins and abalone and all sorts of programming. But sitting in Karen's seat.
Ryan?
Good morning, everybody. Ryan Cook, representing the Department of Environmental Quality at Portland, where I'm the policy and legislative analyst for water quality.
Do we have Blake? No Blake today. And I believe I got a message from either Jeff or Karen. I need to check who it was, but they said they were running a little bit late, but should be here around 19. Jonathan Allen. Moving on, Lisa.
Lisa Phipps, the Department of Land Conservation and Development.
Do we have Steve Shifty online? Okay. And let's go to Chris.
Chris Wall, NOAA's Office for Coastal Management.
Did I miss any OPAC members? Nope. Well, I
Hey,
think
Andy,
it-
I see Bob Main is online and he turned on his video, so
Great.
Bob, did you want to say hello?
Good morning, Bob Main, Coos County.
Good morning, Bob. Okay, well, I wanted to take a moment here and have my director, Brenda Bateman, introduce herself to the group.
Thank you, Andy. Good morning, everyone. I'm Brenda Bateman. I'm the director of the Department of Land Conservation and Development. I've been there for 6 years, and I'm embarrassed to say that it's taken me a whole year to come say hello to you. So my apologies. I've been wanting to connect with you for a while, and just thank you for the work that you're doing. It's been a pleasure. I'm committed for continued support for this group, and make sure that you knew how to reach me if you needed anything. Just a word about myself. Although I've been with the LCD for a year, I've been here with the state of Oregon State Government for 15 years. Previously, I was in Business Oregon, which is this building just upstairs. In this building, it's wide open and beautiful and it's sunny today. And previous to that, I was at Water Resources Department. So I have both the conservation
Hello.
development.
So why is it?
Okay. Good. Well, the other thing that I wanted to be sure to do is a very busy season, as you can imagine. We're at the height of the legislative session, and we have our budget has gone through most of the process. We've been extremely busy, in particular on topic issues. We never agreed even a year ago that we would be so deeply into the midst of the housing issues in the legislature. So it's really taken up quite a bit of our time. I'm just thankful for the talent and the brains and the kindness and the experience that we have in our staff across the street at PLCD and with our commission as well. On that note, if any of you are still here in town tomorrow, we're celebrating our 50th anniversary of Senate Bill 100. I'm on the way, I only got one visitor, but I'll leave it over the down there in case you want to take a picture front and back. It's got the details, and we'll be on the Capitol Mall here in front of here in Salem from noon to 2. So we've got a 2-hour block tomorrow where we'll have a fantastic program of speakers who are providing their perspective on what land use planning program means to them, why we have it, and why its value continues today. We'll also have some music and some vendors give away cake. So we can do that for 2 hours tomorrow. We'd love to have you join us if you're available. So I'm happy to take questions if you're going to have any, but I just didn't want to say hi, make myself available.
Thank you, Brenda. We've had a couple other folks come into the room, so I wanted to go back and have them introduce themselves before we move on.
Hey, Andy. Sorry to interrupt real quick. I saw David Yamamoto had his hand up, so maybe he had a question for Dr. Bateman.
No, not a question, but I would ask everyone, please, to do speak directly into the microphones. I hear everyone online very well, but people in the room, unless you're speaking directly into the mic, very difficult to hear. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Andy, back to you to identify who we missed earlier.
And then I'll start and I'll practice David's request. This is Steve Shipsey from the Department of Justice, and I'm counsel for the council.
And good to meet everybody. I'm Karen Power with Governor's Office. Jeff should get along just momentarily.
Rena?
Good morning, Karina Nielsen, Oregon Sea Grant, and Oregon State University.
And I think we have Blake online. Blake, are you there? Can you introduce yourself?
Howdy, Blake Helm, Oregon Department of State Lands. I'm the proprietary specialist, work on planning and policy for our waterway use authorization program.
Great.
Okay, I think I'm gonna take over from here. Susan, is that you're with us?
Yep, go for it. You know, we have the next up is the meeting summary. So if you want to go through that, and I just also, before we get started, I wanted to thank you for your leadership on Territorial Sea Plan Part 4, because that is what we will be talking about mostly today. So I appreciate what you and Marcus and Andy have done, and go ahead and take us through the draft meeting summary. Thank you very much, Tara.
Thanks, Susan. So I believe the draft meeting summary was just emailed out to you all not too long ago. So our proposal is allow everyone, members, to review that throughout the day and then take action at the end of the day. Does that meet everyone's approval so that you have time to review and approve? It's short.
Yeah, I actually have not emailed that out, so I will put
Okay.
the
Well, then, yeah, you definitely can't approve
the
it.
file in the chat. Those of you in the room have a hard copy in your packet, and those online will have a link in the file. It is a 2-page summary. It was very short. It was a half-day meeting with 2 action items that your type search that they recommend. Yeah.
Okay, so please do take a look at that throughout the day on the lunch hour, whenever you have a minute. It's short, and we will take that back up towards the end of the day. And with that, we have Karen Power here from the Governor's Office. I think Jeff might be along shortly. Would you like to wait for that before we move on? We know that we're going to take, especially we want you for. Okay, Andy, should we hold for public comments? Or see if there's anyone on for public comment or in the room that would like to speak now?
We can do that, yes.
Great. Anyone in the room that would like to make public comments or online? This is our scheduled public comment period. Anything related to the business of the council today, particularly on Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 amendments that we'll be discussing. Yeah, please. Media chair. Thank you.
My name is Scott McFarland, Chairman of the Oregon Fishermen's Stable Committee. Sorry, Evans, Coastline State of Oregon, Coastline Organization for the state of Oregon. I'm a member on the working group that worked on TSP Part 4, and I just wanted to express support for a kind of 11th hour proposed amendment to the draft that Tara will be reading to us a little bit later. Well, somebody can pull that now. But I just want to express support again. Basically, what the amendment does is it allows for the Department of State Lands in conjunction with all the other state agencies that are listed in the document to waive certain requirements, any requirements that they deem, that they collectively the state agencies deem not to be necessary to evaluate the project. So if you look at the information required in the written inventory, inventory of resources and uses, it's a pretty exhaustive list. And some of those items are very appropriate, but there are also some things that in certain projects would not really be necessary. For example, these rules will apply to ocean outfalls. So small community like Twin Rocks has an ocean outfall. Then there's another one, several along the coast. Oceanside has one, Meadhurst Oceanside. And so there's a list of things that would be required unless there's a waiver. Things like military uses in the area. Well, the ocean outfall, which goes out past the surf and typically not very far offshore, has a short dispersal pipe. Maybe what I heard from Oceanside was it's about 6 to 8 feet off the seabed, and that's it. There's nothing on the surface other than that last couple feet of dispersal. So to talk about dredging in that area, it's really not necessary. There wouldn't be any military uses in that area that need to be discussed. So there's things that are on the list that could easily be waived if the agency looked at the application and said, well, we don't really hear from you about these particular things. So just want to express support for that. I think it will be helpful for those applicants. Some of them will be small sanitary districts where the cost of an application for a project would be a significant impact to them. So just in order to keep the costs reasonable. And I think it also is benefits state agencies as there'll be less material in the packet that they have to go through, even though it's probably a lot of times it would only say, there isn't really a lot of military activity in around the ocean outfall at Meadhurst. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Scott. Is there anyone online that has indicated? Please do so through the chat function and you can let us know that you'd like to speak, and we will recognize you for your turn. And I'll give a few moments for you to do that. In the meantime, maybe we will let Jeff introduce himself.
Morning, I'm Jeff Huntington, the Governor's Senior Natural Resource Policy Advisor. Here with Ron Bauer. Have you had a chance to introduce yourself?
I came in and speak with you others, so yeah.
Okay, all right, great. Karen and I have been doing the rounds of state boards and commissions just to introduce ourselves and to answer questions that folks have and kind of give a kind of a general overview of how we're doing the world. You haven't had a chance to talk yet.
No, they moved a little bit into public comment, and we're going to circle back.
Okay, all right. You want me to go first? Or you want to go first?
Why don't you?
Okay, all right. You can see we have a script.
Jeff, you need this really
get close.
kissing the microphone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gosh, they are so loud when we're in land board meetings that I don't. So Arne and I come from different backgrounds. I don't have a legislative expertise or background that Karen certainly brings to the table, but I've spent my career kicking around and being kicked around in natural resource policy issues in the state of Oregon for the better part of 30 years. And I came on board at the invitation of the governor because of a very pragmatic, implementation-oriented approach that she has and is interested in seeing in our natural resource cabinet agencies and boards and commissions. Really an interest in identifying what we should be doing more of. That maybe we aren't doing today because we've got a historical legacy that we're continuing to pay attention to, and it feels in many respects in many of our agencies that it's time to begin to pivot toward thinking strategically about what we're facing and how we need to get down the pathway on medium and long-term goals that are appropriate for actually managing the resource base of the state. To account for resiliency and adaptation needs virtually across the landscape, and certainly in our ocean policy, I think is relevant for you all. And I'm not going to say a whole lot today. I want to answer whatever questions you have, and I'm happy to do that. But one thing I did want to charge you with is to really help the governor's office set a strategic direction on what it is that you all feel is really the important suite of issues that we can help you with, that you can help us with, and that we can move forward with in the scope of your responsibilities. We are really coming in as a new administration. That's the first time since Governor Kulongoski was elected in his first term, where the election happened. There was a transition. The day that the inauguration happened, we needed to have a budget, we needed to have a legislative agenda, and we needed to dive right into the session. So you can imagine that the priorities that we've been focusing on in this legislative session are narrow and really an overt focus. That doesn't mean that we stay there when the session is over. We will be working throughout the summer and into the fall to really establish what this administration's agenda is going to be on natural resource policy and where we really want to head and lean in. And I think you all could have a really a great role in helping us move through the process of refining that and really establishing our purpose in ocean policy and the things that maybe we've all been talking about really leaning into, but haven't as much as maybe we should. So I really look forward to having more conversations with you and listening, not just today, but at some future meetings. And I'll leave you with the request that when you're ready to have us come back and roll up our sleeves and really listen to a thoughtful perspective that as an organizational entity you grab hold of and come to terms with. And I'm not saying you haven't done that already. I just haven't spent the time you need to know. But we're ready to come in and have that kind of work session. And Karen, follow up.
Yeah, I'm Karen Power, as I mentioned earlier, part of Jeff's team working on natural resources, supporting his leadership in our office and working on climate and energy issues as well. My title is Natural Resources and Climate Advisor, and it's great to be with you all. I have to say, in addition to Jeff's remarks, your chairs and leadership of this council were among the most proactive of all of the boards and commissions in the state in reaching out to Jeff and I to share your eagerness to dive deeply to continue your leadership in collaborative work across different sectors and interest areas and helping to tackle our coastal issues and ocean interests and others. So I just want to underscore the level to which we're looking forward to working with you as you help to identify and elevate near-term and longer-term topics that we'd like to work with the city. So looking forward to getting to know you more better than you do already. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. I believe there might be a few questions in the chat. I'll turn to Andy. I don't have the Zoom pulled up on my computer.
Yeah, Charlie, do you want to speak to your chat?
Hey, sure. Thanks, Charlie Plyben. Non-consumptive recreation. We have several recommendations that this body's made, particularly right during the interim between the turnover and transition in the governor's office, but again this year. And I'm curious, you had asked about hearing from us on ideas, directions, and what's needed. I'm curious where your office is on those recommendations.
Charlie, I will be frank that I've had conversations with a few folks around this table, and others, but I haven't had the recommendations presented to me or been briefed on them, so I really can't speak to them. And I'm not saying that that's a problem. It's more of just the fact of the new administration coming in, getting our feet under ourselves and taking on what we can from the fire hose that is turned wide open in the first 3 months of the new administration. So I'm happy to maybe have those transmitted to us again. If they came to the transition team, I apologize because I should have seen them, but I haven't had my fingers on the paper, so.
Okay, Tara, I believe that you were in the meeting where we met with Jeff and others and provided this information from OPAC. Can I make an official request that that transmission be recorded and provided to the governor's office on the record?
Yes, I think we can, all of the correspondence between OPAC and the governor's office will make sure. Get back on the record in front of you.
Yeah, I found the meeting that we had on Zoom to be really helpful. It was my first introduction to the issues that OPAC had been talking to a number of folks about. And I will say, I mean, I've been involved in, as I said, in Oregon natural resource policy for a long time, but have not been involved in ocean policy prior to this. So this is a new area, and I'm really been about steep learning but a great interest.
Sure, we're excited, I think, to work with the office. And I think, you know, you're coming in at a time where we just came off of like some pretty long-term planning, both with the Territorial Sea Plan. We're at the decadal review of the Marine Reserves Program, which was a very tense process on the coast originally. These are major investments in natural resource management and resilience. And so we're at a critical point in the budget and legislative processes to evaluate this. And so I think it's pretty important that this office is well-versed and ready to be active on these issues. And so I appreciate hearing that you're receptive, and whatever we can do to provide that information more clearly and more actionable, I'm happy to help facilitate.
Thank you. Yes, I will work with Andy and Susan to make sure that recent transmittal with are sent again and that it's properly.
Yeah, and you know, one way we might make sure that we're not missing steps is to make sure that Brenda is a good conduit. We meet in person at least twice a month as a natural resource cabinet, and she's got the capacity to bring things to the table at any point. And I know, Karen, you and Brenda talk weekly. We work really, one of the things we're working really hard on is to work very closely with the agency directors. So there's a very tight tie between the governor's office and our natural resource cabinet directors. And that's a great conduit to for raising the flag when it needs to be raised.
Great, and of course, the governor's office has a seat on OPAC, so we welcome you anytime, and I really welcome that dialogue back and forth. So thank you for being here. And listening and participating.
I can't stay today because of the legislative session business, but I will make sure that the next meeting is on.
Absolutely.
I don't say.
I think our question, Walter.
Jeff Carr, thank you very much for coming to visit us. I think this has been on the table for OPAC quite a bit. This offshore wind siting process and how best that OPAC can advise the governor's office. OPAC does not formally have a seat at the table due to the federal advisory panel rules. Myself and the 2 county commissioners on OPAC are currently serve on that BOEM advisory board. I've been involved with marine renewables for 15 years, and I just think that we should find a way that current and past OPAC members can advise the governor's office and keep that engagement open. I've currently turned down and looking for my replacement, I wish to be involved and, please make use of us as far as informing the vote process.
Yeah, I'm really glad you brought that up. So Karen is on point for the governor's office on the phone process and I find it a little bit frustrating, not Karen, the phone process. And it's gonna be a challenge, and it's gonna be a long haul. And I think that you're right on in terms of we're gonna need all of the voices we can hear and listen to help advise us how to do this well and to engage in the right way, and be effective as we can be. And Karen, I'm gonna let you maybe give folks an update on that.
Yeah, happy to give an update. We saw this as an early and emerging issue in our administration, have dove in pretty deeply. I think there is a strong space for more advice and input to be provided as our state looks at the possibility of offshore wind. Our office is also in conversation with our federal delegation on their perspective and values around offshore wind, and I think that will help to set the tone for how our administration is approaching this. We're in conversation with them frequently, and I know that we also have a depth of expertise across the agencies in the space to help support our volunteer force and commissions engaged. Walter, it's great to hear that comment. I'll follow up with that.
My apologies, but I have to step out.
We understand. Walter, did you have a follow-up or just
Thank you for that. Looking forward to staying engaged on this.
legacy name card? Richard,
If you have a comment, it's disrespectful. I live in Brooklyn, the heart of one of the colonies, and we have yet to be engaged by anybody. In a discussion about the impact to our fleet and to our port. Just for clarification, there has been one meeting in Gold Beach. Gold Beach is not an ocean canal. Gold Beach is about the river. Brookings is an ocean. So to the extent that you can influence Rome and anybody else that wants to have a discussion, come to Brookings. If Bohm or anybody else in this process, the contractors have ideas about what the port is going to have to support, you come and talk to the port. I'm also a port commissioner, so I'm interested in engaging this process from our perspective. If for example, if they want support boats to come in and offload or unload supplies that are heavy, we need to know that. If they want to put on more than 3,000 gallons of fuel, we need to know that so that we can engage in the process to get ready to be able to do that. In terms of the fishing fleet, there is commercial fleet information, but from a recreational perspective, nobody has any information. I can tell you that right now, particularly as it relates to the tuna fleet, and Brookings has a large recreational fleet that's going to be exiting and entering these sites. So we need to be engaged to try and figure out how we're gonna make that work. So the main point is, if you can come to Brookings, that's what needs to happen.
Thanks, Richard. I'll follow up and say, I think the thing Jeff and I have observed about the federal agency process is it's very government focused. It's very prescriptive under federal law, and it really doesn't reflect anything or the way of approaching complex issues. They are a permitting agency, and I know that they've done a number of intermittent task force meetings over the last couple of years, increasing in frequency when they've come closer to analyzing Oregon's coastal waters for offshore mission. I think there's a strong space for our agencies and our government office to come together and to help with that voices, provide some education. I know some of our renewable energy advocates recently are being stepping up with local voices so that they can kind of more informed citizens So looking forward to more conversation.
I think Susan has her hand raised somewhere. Susan?
Whoops, hang on 1 second. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Andy. Thank you, Tara. I just wanted to echo some of what Walter had said and what Richard had talked about. Offshore wind is the biggest threat to our commercial and sport fisheries at this point in the, federal part of the ocean. But I think this group is going to be talking about that again soon. So without going on a big rant about offshore wind and the deficiencies of BOEM or whatever, I just want to make sure that, you totally, you understand where we're coming from on this, because it is going to be a very big issue in the future. And thank you for being here. I didn't hear some of your responses to Walter and Richard, but I appreciate you and Jeff being here today and talking to us. So I'm sure you recognize how big a deal offshore wind is going to be. And thanks again. So that was all.
Susan, so sorry if you couldn't hear me earlier, but I know you and I had at least one initial conversation about the importance of this topic area. I was reiterating to Walter and Richard that we'd love to follow up and hear their thoughts. There's certainly a lot more leadership that our agencies and our governor's office will be convening around this space. We're working, our office is working with our federal delegation to develop a shared sort of policy perspective on what's essential in the next steps. And to communicate frequently with BOEM around our expectations. Yes, there's a wealth of knowledge here, and look forward to working closely with you on this.
Wonderful. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
My question was, it's going to be the transition away from offshore wind. So, Karina, why don't you go ahead?
How did you predict?
I
Hi, Karen, it's very nice to meet you. I wanted to just make you aware of the resources available through our ENC grant and some of the capacity expansion that we're anticipating with some funding from DOE around the offshore wind, particularly for community engagement. And to work with communities in Southern Oregon primarily. So we anticipate getting that funding sometime over the summer and staffing up to do some of that work. So that's one opportunity there. We also I wanted to make sure that you're aware that this committee has a science and technical advisory committee, which I chair, and we're happy to receive a charge or be empowered to help in any way the technical aspects. So just be aware of that. And then I guess just lastly, with my Oregon State University affiliation on, there's a lot of technical expertise, social science, natural science, physical science, the engineering science that the university was interested in being of service around questions related to offshore development. So just for the awareness, there's a lot of funding circulating. So there may be some interest in pursuing some opportunities.
Thank you. And it's that I started lots of follow up with you. Okay. We move on with
My question was much more mundane, somewhat administrative, boring, but we do have members on the council who are interested in reappointments and the timing and the governor's office's perspective on the reappointment process. The way we have currently worked is that when we have seats that come available, we announce those seats. We try and get a number of applicants to submit their nomination to the governor's office, but we know that those many of the seats need to go through Senate confirmation, so there's a timeline aspect to that process. Can you speak just a little bit about your expectations for council member replacements or new appointments?
That's great, Andy. I just met with, Maya Crawford Peacock, the governor's appointments director, on Friday about this. So I could come in with a fresh look. You know, there's a number of folks. I think our office is tracking for, a next block of, recommendations for September, the governor's initial block of, the Senate confirmation, nominees were moved this session and are waiting to vote. So it'll be over the summer process, and if folks are ready to apply for reappointment, an evaluation.
Okay, great, thank you.
I see David's hand up online and also a comment in the chat. I don't know if they're one of them.
So would you like me to comment now?
Yes, David, please.
Thank you. And this is going back to the offshore wind. Karen, I appreciate very much you being here. I also work with Jeff on state forest issues. But the issue of offshore wind, especially off the southern Oregon coast, one of the biggest problems we're going to have is transmission of that power inland or wherever it's going to go. One of my biggest concerns, both Oregon and California, you know, have renewable energy standards. California has a good transmission system in line in Northern California. And my biggest concern is that BOEM is going to come in and put in offshore wind off of Curry County and really disrupt our fishing grounds there, and then take their electrical transmission lines into California, bypassing Oregon's renewable energy standards. So there are a lot of issues involved here. As mentioned earlier, I am a member of the Oregon BOEM Task Force, and we have not met in well over a year. I have no idea what's going on. It's very concerning to many of the coastal residents, even on the North Coast. So these are things that we need to be concerned about and trying to work with BOEM on. And so far, everything that we have brought to BOEM has kind of fallen on deaf ears. Seems like the federal government is just working in their own direction. And that's something that we need to try to change. So thank you for being here. I appreciate your time this morning.
Thanks, David. You know, I've met with our Public Utility Commission. You know, they have been looking at capacity and transmission. An interesting development in California, their legislative session. They're considering opening up their current integrated or independent system, and perhaps developing a broader regional power system. We'll work around that, but regionalization studies could suggest would have meaningful financial benefits to our payers in the state and the region into those. So that's an additional layer of where would offshore wind go. That's also something works as they are moving. There are a couple of steps ahead of us, as we know, in offshore wind development. But underscore, thank you so much for your comments and flagging considerations. I do that when I joined the governor's team that the task force hasn't met since last winter, essentially. So there's a pretty significant gap in external communications.
Okay, thank you, Karen. I want to offer one more opportunity for public comments, as this is our scheduled public comment time until 10 a.m. So if anyone has public comment online, please indicate in the chat. Otherwise, we're going to move on to our big topic of the day, which is our territorial and Part 4 amendments. So let's give a couple more minutes here, a couple seconds, to see if anyone else has comment. And I will say today's topic is actually, oh, Fran.
Let me go back to wind for a second. Sorry, one more thing about Karin was here. Just following up a little bit on David's comments on where benefits of the wind power, go. There are huge mega packs now of battery storage. that are, running whole cities. In Australia, in, Hawaii, in Minnesota, and, if nothing else, we need to store the energy so that we have more resilience in the communities and keep these, megapacks, huge storage capacity available, for, if the grid breaks down, if there's tsunamis and earthquakes, it's a just a resilience item that I think is worth looking at and could be funded as part of this whole, energy, picture. Thank you.
Tara, I need to read up on this, but I know this is a pressing issue. Look forward to collaborating more with you and sharing next steps when the governor's office really before something may change.
Thank you. Yes, you've heard that offshore wind is a topic of substantial interest at OPAC. We have had updates on this topic for many years and renewable energy. And relatedly, today we are going to be talking about Territorial Sea Plan Part 4, which is uses of the seafloor. So how are those cables going to come from an offshore facility into our coast and across our territorial sea, and what are the policies we're going to be putting in place for that? So relatedly, we'll be talking about that today. And we will hopefully be adopting that in September. So if, as your session winds down here and you have more time in September, we'd love to make sure that your office is briefed on that piece as well. And so thank you for joining us today. Oh, Joe. Gotta get on that message.
Jump on the offshore wind and thanks, nice to meet you. My name is Bill Leadside, statewide conservation rep for OPAC, for Portland Audubon, and I didn't realize you're leaving. I thought maybe you'd be around for lunch. I was going to corner you, but since you're leaving, I'm going to say a couple weeks ago, myself and Ann Velisis from Namias Audubon down in Port Orford, another South Coast community that would be directly impacted by offshore wind, put in a request to the governor's office for a meeting with you regarding our multiple year engagement with BOEM, which has been largely fruitless right now. Regarding in our interest, of course, is potential impacts to marine life and fish as well. And so would love it if you could get back to us email. I think I didn't CC you, I CC Jeff, and it was sent to Haley. So would love it if you could set up a meeting with us very soon. Thank you.
Okay. Karen, I think we can let you go.
I'll just finish. If you have individual comments or want to have a conversation or have a perspective, the learning curve on this is steep, but fortunately there's a rich, task force public comment. I've gone back to listen to the most recent, well, it's quite old. So, I've listened to your comments, to some of the community's comments during those sort of after hours record comment periods during the task force. And just deeply appreciated everybody leading into it, to the extent that you've been allowed to, given the sort of composition of the task force. Happy to have individual conversations or come back and do a learning session, listening session with you all as time permits. Andy knows that I pick up a lot of his time on this today, and really value the expertise that you bring through his lengthy involvement as well. But feel free to reach out anytime, Joe. I'll make sure that will apply when we get back. Thanks.
I'll be really fast. I cannot control another federal agency, I would intend to, but I do have colleagues with BOEM. I've already sent an email with pass on some of these comments and this feedback, in case they're not hearing it directly. Karen, I'm happy to kind of chat with you in the future too. Just, I work closely with a number of the other FedEx across the West Coast on shared issues, and to the extent that I can at least help get a message out there that I'm hearing from you guys, I'll do it.
really this time. But thank you for making the time. We know we're very busy right now, and we look forward to continuing engagement, particularly as a session with them. Okay.
Sarah, there was a comment in the chat from Jamie saying that the audio has still been difficult for participants online to hear. I've done a couple of things, one of which is I've turned up the in-room microphone. So hopefully you can hear yourself through the microphones, and that will help you signal that it's actually being transmitted over the Zoom to our online participants as well. So hopefully that can remind us to make sure that we are close to the mic. But just there is a little sticker on here, cartoon, and it really shows you almost eating the microphone. So just laugh and remind yourself that that is what is needed. Like, we obviously have no problem hearing ourselves in this room because the acoustics in this room are great, but the channel that needs to get to our online people has to go through these mics. Is that another reminder? Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. I'm gonna practice that.
Can you hear yourself through the speakers now?
Yes, I can. It feels very awkward to do so, but we want to make sure everyone online who's tuning in can hear us, and that OPEC members who represent online can certainly engage in the conversation. So please eat your mics if you can. With that, we are almost right on time and schedule. So good job, everyone, so far. We are going to turn to the meat of the day, which is Territorial Sea Plan Part 4. I'm going to turn it over to Marcus Chatfield, who is our undersea cable coordinator. He's going to brief us on sort of the background and overview of the working group and what we've been doing over the past year. So this will be a little bit more of a high level, I think, overview, and then we're going to throughout the day get into a little more detail on the amendments. So Marcus, with that, I will connect you, and he has some slides to share. I think with some pictures.
Thank you, Tara. Let me get my slideshow to work here. As Tara said, my name is Marcus Chatfield. I am the Undersea Cable Coordinator for the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And thank you for having me here today. We've been working pretty hard for the last year on this, so I'm happy to kind of walk you through it. So as you know, the legislation that kind of formed the working group and had us work on this for the past year and make recommended draft amendments to the Territorial Sea Plan Part 4 was House Bill 2603 from 2001. The legislative direction from that was that my agency needed to do a review in consultation with other agencies and governments to look at fee structures, state and federal review processes, including permitting processes, and then providing the results of that study to OPAC. And then from there would be recommendations developed, and that was kind of done through the working group, as well as I'm sure that OPAC will deliberate and make any necessary changes that they see fit. So the review needed to cover evaluate a coordinated permitting process for the placement of undersea cables that had coordination between all the various jurisdictions. Looking at suitable landing sites, including a mapping analysis of opportunities, limitations, and requirements for landing sites, the impact to other state agencies, laws, zoning requirements on undersea cable sites, changes in fee structures and financing associated with all of these processes, as well as requirements for public information meetings or other methods of engaging communities, tribal governments, other affected users that might be affected by undersea cables, the impact of drilling, and then an application process that can wrap up a lot of different things, including socioeconomic and environmental needs, geologic study, consultation with experts, detailed drilling mitigation and accident response plan, requirements for pre-application meetings, the standards that are used in Washington and California, and coordination with tribal governments. So the working group that was put together, we've had 8 meetings since last May. So we had 1 meeting last May, and then all of the subsequent meetings happened from December through this May. There were representatives from state agencies, federal agencies, local jurisdictions, affected industry, coastal communities, conservation organizations, lots of different perspectives. The working group in April had the opportunity to visit a cable landing facility, a beach manhole, network operations center, and data center to kind of see how all the pieces of these cables work together. We also got to hear presentations from the Oregon Fishermen's Cable Committee on the role of the OFCC in cable route selection. We had presentations from DSL on the permitting process here in Oregon, their own permitting process, as well as case studies from California and Washington. Ryan Wapshall did a study on best practices, and he did a presentation on that, best practices in the undersea cable industry. And Dogami did multiple presentations on the geologic assessment for potential cable landing sites along the Oregon coast. So kind of jumping into those studies, the permitting process and fee structure. The first meeting, we did an agency walkthrough from each of the different agencies on what their role was in permitting for cables in Oregon. And then in December, DSL presented their permitting process in detail, and I presented on behalf of the other state and federal agencies the other processes that are involved. And then May of this year, case studies were presented to us from DSL on Washington and California permitting processes. Dogami has been doing a study. I'll get into more detail about the Dogami study and the best practices study here in a few minutes. But the study that Dogami did was to look at geologic site assessments for the Oregon coast for potential cable landing sites. They signed the interagency agreement in June of last year, and they should be completing it by June 15th of this year. The best practices study was done by Ryan Wapshall. It was a study of best practices in the undersea cable industry, both domestically and internationally. That was completed this past January. So that report itself was very comprehensive, about 70 pages, and it had major sections on the background, including the design of cable systems. It broke down cable systems into both telecommunications cables as well as power cables. Talked about route selection. Most of this was from the industry perspective of what the industry is looking for when they do route selection, or what the industry is looking for landing sites. But it did touch on permitting and how the cable industry works together with jurisdictions throughout the world. So it then went into detail in the cable installation process, both offshore and onshore. So, you know, talking about the cable ships that are putting these cables out, and then also about horizontal directional drilling, which is the most common form of putting a cable onto shore that we use, that we use here in Oregon. That's the way that we do it here. Talked about cable protection, maintenance and repair, as well as decommission and potential recovery and recycling of the materials. Talked about public coordination and the importance of early engagement that happens often. And it went into some detail about how these cables are considered critical infrastructure. Dogami, their report, they'll be doing a presentation here in a little while on it in much more detail than I can do right now. But just kind of some high-level points on it is that it was a review of the geologic factors affecting the construction of cable landings and the challenges for cable longevity. a compilation of the best available geologic data in the Oregon Territorial Sea and an equivalent distance inland, so 3 nautical miles out and the equivalent of 3 nautical miles inland. A compilation of existing and new data sets assessing the susceptibility to sea level rise and future coastline migration. A systematic analysis of the relative suitability of the Oregon coast for construction of cable landings with a focus on geologic factors. And a suitability analysis highlights promising areas along all sectors of the Oregon coast, but detailed studies are still going to be necessary for successful projects. Because while this can point out in general, like regional areas that may be good for landings, each specific site is going to have a detailed geologic report for it. There we go. And then kind of into the meat and bones of what we tried to do here is that the original, these are the table of contents, and the original document is shown on the left here, and it didn't have a table of contents. This is just kind of put together from the headings from the original document. I hope you've all had a chance to kind of look through the draft amendments to see the kind of changes that we've made. On the right is the new table of contents, and the most substantive changes are the additions of the Joint Agency Review Team, or JART, the resource and use inventory, and the effects evaluation. There are many other changes that happened in the document, but those are pretty substantial changes that added kind of a lot of meat to this document. So to speak a little bit on the JART itself, so it's the Joint Agency Review Team, and this is made up of, initially it's made up of state agencies that have either regulatory, planning, or advisory expertise. And once the area that the project might affect is identified, then DSL will invite representatives from other agencies, jurisdictions, and organizations, including federal agencies, federally recognized coastal tribes, local jurisdictions, as well as other organizations and advisory committees. The purpose of the JART is to coordinate with DSL on the pre-application review process and comment on the adequacy of the resource inventory and effects evaluations that I'll be talking about here in a minute. They'll also make recommendations to DSL on the approval of easements and other authorizations and other agencies on their decision to permit or license a proposed project. But the comments and the recommendations from the JART are advisory. Each of the regulatory agencies that are members of the JART will still operate under their own rules and statutory mandates. And then in certain cases, especially in cases where it is an unknown use, DSL can acquire the services of technical experts at the expense of the applicant to assist the JART as necessary to conduct the application review. We were trying to look a little forward here because Part 4 doesn't just cover undersea cables. It covers pipelines, other utilities, fixtures that are on just uses of the seafloor in general, and we don't know what those future uses might be. So we want to make sure that we have the expertise on this review team to tell us what is necessary in this inventory content. What are things that might need to be added that aren't already here, because we can't know the future. And then the last responsibility of the JART is to identify affected ocean users and local communities and make sure that the applicants can, have that information so that they know who to consult with. So speaking a little bit on the resource and use inventory. So the purpose of this is to provide regulating agencies the data and information necessary to make a decision based on the project or development action's potential effects. And it will help identify if the applicant needs to address potential conflicts with the proposed project or development action. So the information within this, this is a snapshot of how in depth it is. Each of these sections, 2, 3, and onward have their own kind of list of things that will need to be brought forth in the inventory. Some of those are not, some of those are specific to pipelines, other utilities and fixtures, but do not apply to cables because cables are a pretty known use here in Oregon. But each of these sections do have things that will be required for each project. So that information includes stuff like location, physical and chemical conditions, geologic structure, the biological and ecological features, cultural, economic, and social uses, significant historical, cultural, or archaeological resources, and then other data that the JART itself or the regulating agencies or those technical experts that were hired identify that might be necessary. So with that inventory, that's going to help identify if the applicant needs to address potential conflicts. This written evaluation, which is kind of the second part of that, is something that the agencies will use to develop specific measures for environmental protection as well as mitigation and measures to protect other ocean users. So this written evaluation, covers reasonably foreseeable adverse effects that may be associated with any of these projects. And it includes things like biological and ecological effects, current uses, natural or other hazards, and cumulative effects. And that's what I put together this this kind of graphic to kind of show what the process needs to look like. Let me try and minimize some of this Zoom stuff so that I can see what I'm talking about here. So I hope that this flow chart kind of makes sense, but the top kind of swim lane on this is things that the applicant has to do. And that's including the thing that initiates this entire process is the request for a pre-application meeting from DSL. And then other state agencies will be invited. And then a pre-application meeting is going to be conducted during that, and that's the one with just the state agencies. And during that time, they're going to identify the affected jurisdictions, and then they will evaluate the materials that have been presented about the project so that they can identify all the different jurisdictions. And then that will move on to convening a JART, which includes all of these different agencies and representatives. And then the JART will determine the standards that need to be met based on the resource and use inventory and effects evaluation. And then once that is all filled out, the JART will weigh in on whether that has been completed to a satisfactory level, and then that can continue on to the actual application. Sorry, I'm just checking the chat here. Oh, that's some links. Thank you, Andy. This is what I have for this section right now. This is just a little bit of background. I wanted to leave some time for questions if anybody had questions about this. And I have more slides to share later.
Thank you, Marcus. Any questions on this initial presentation, the overview and structure of the part 4 or working group? Please have a little time now before our break. We are going to be digging in more section by section here, and also hear more about the pieces of the House bill that were not addressed in this part 4 amendments. But for now, Marcus, any questions? Oh, sorry, Richard.
I read through this pretty extensively, and I saw no mention from lease being here. This will be intended. Once the permit is issued, there won't be a long-term lease for these for-profit companies for occupying state land.
I'm sorry, I can't hear very well. I'm very sorry.
All right, I'll try again. Can you hear me now?
I can, yes.
Okay, so Nowhere in this did I see any mention of lease fee. Is the intent that once these are in place, there will not be a lease with these for-profit companies for occupying state land?
I think that that would fall under the purview of Department of State Lands. And I don't know that that is something that is specifically within, that can be within the territorial sea plan. Speaking of, you're speaking of lease fees, is that what you're talking about? I'm just
Right.
making sure I heard correctly.
Well, I guess what I'm really getting at is are there long-term leases that generate revenue for the state from these cables?
Blake has his hand raised. Blake, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you. So one of the complications, here is that statute currently does not allow for the department to charge for utility crossings in the territorial sea, and that's something that we, pointed out in the memo that DLCD will present about items that could not be addressed in the territorial sea plan. Right now, we don't have any leases in the territorial sea. We have easements, and those easements generate a consideration fee for removing some language within the contract about future imposition of fees if statute or rule changes. So, yeah, I think we'll probably get into that a lot more later.
Did that answer your question, right, Chair, or follow up?
Well, it does, and I guess the motivation I'm speaking from here is particularly power cable. We're looking at a possibly fairly extensive amount of power generation coming on shore in Oregon. And I think the state would be best served to try and develop some revenue from it. And then I don't know where it will go, on state agencies, on research, whatever the case may be, but it certainly occurs to me that that's something that we should be clearly trying to think about as this offshore wind progresses.
Thank you. And I would note that looking at fee structures was specifically identified in the House bill that started this process here for us. And in the presentations we had from PSL and what California and Washington do, they do have more specific fee structures and how they think about permitting the uses of their seafloor. So as I'm sure we will hear more from the agencies on this later, it's like indicated. And as we move forward, I think those are some considerations that we can consider making a recommendation on. But it's kind of outside of the purview of the territorial sea plan itself, but I think that's a conversation worth having. Oh, I'm sorry, I missed who put theirs up first. Okay, Joe.
Yeah, this is maybe a basic question, but I didn't see exactly where in the plan, if there is infrastructure, seabed piping or whatever coming into the shoreline, if it comes into an estuary, is that under the purview of TSP 4 or not?
Looking to
Generally, generally the territorial sea is defined to exclude the estuary. It's not part of the territorial sea, so it would be other regulations that would govern that, not the territorial sea.
Thanks. I have a curiosity about, now that Richard brought up the for-profit use of affixing infrastructure to the seafloor. There are other entities that may affix things to the seafloor. I'm thinking of neurological buoys, government, researchers. I just want to be clear on what the limits are to this policy with regard to those that are included in this part, like where do those fall? And I'm not sure I know that.
Anything that is attached to the seabed and requires physical space. An easement, or a permit to have a temporary device installed and then removed at a later time. It does require DSL to consider that use, to permit that use, to provide an easement if necessary. And if there's disturbance of the sediment, of potentially a removal fill. So there are multiple aspects of infrastructure on the seafloor that would be covered by this portion of the territorial sea plan. You will note that in this draft, we have called out fiber optic telecommunications cables as one that doesn't potentially require as much review and evaluation because it's a use that has been a long-term use that's been well studied. There may need to be other studies or other types of evaluations if there are different infrastructure pipelines as an example that would have a different effects and characteristic in the environment. Pipeline, as an example, you probably would not want to be buried because you would want to be able to inspect that for leaks. And that would have a very different impact on compatible uses of the ocean. So those types of applications would be covered under this part of the territorial sea plan. Generally speaking, though, I think for a use that is less permanent in nature from a time perspective, DSL will handle that under a general authorization or other permit associated with research. And that doesn't have the same level of standards for review that's required. Maybe Blake can speak a little bit about the difference between, and I think it's, for research buoys that are gonna be out there for a year or less, and what kind of a permit or.
Some of them are there for
Some of them
a
like.
long time.
Right,
So that's
right.
why so I'm just checking because as a former researcher, active researcher, and then we go through the permitting process, there's often a lot of ambiguity. And if we could clarify that here, if it's helpful to clarify it here. That it doesn't create ambiguity, unintended.
Certainly, I think that evaluation warrants a close look and discussion. And I think about the Ocean Observatories Initiative, which has infrastructure that's been in place and was planned to be in place for a decade at least. I do think that would fall under this portion of the territorial sea plan and the uses would apply.
And it looks like we are getting another request to please speak into your microphone closely. Apologize for all of the audio. Yeah, but I think all of us, just a good reminder. I did also want to address just quickly Joe's comment on estuaries and onshore components in general, as you heard, and as we will discuss in the state agency memo, there is a necessarily going to be an onshore component of these pieces that are not covered under the territorial sea plan. And so the House bill did ask state agencies to look at that. And I do think there is going to be follow-up process on what that more coordinated permitting process might look like, as well as the chart that is now under the territorial sea plan part 4 proposed amendments is going to have a lot of those agencies come together. And so hopefully we are going to be looking a little more, as a more coordinated, broad approach this, but just being clear on what our jurisdiction is here with the territorial sea plan specifically.
Yeah, just to follow up, does there need to be any kind of explicit language in the TSP4 draft? Maybe there is, maybe I didn't see it, with that handoff to where the different jurisdiction takes over and then how that, because you're mentioning JARC would be still part of the review afterwards or not, or I'm just trying to figure out if there needs to be some explicit language in the TSP4 about the handoff to whichever agencies are responsible for taking it on once it gets out of the jurisdiction of the floor.
I might look to Andy and some of the agencies to discuss that specifically. In the current language, we do have description of the onshore facilities as part of the description for your application for the easement. And the idea, correct me here if I'm wrong, Andy, you're out of line, but is that the JART, you're going to have agencies that are going to have jurisdiction beyond the territorial sea sitting at that table. And so they're all going to be seeing that application and the description of the full project. Not always when they are looking to get an easement across the territorial sea will they have all of the information for the onshore side yet. So that's the other slight push and pull there. But the idea is to start that better coordination and make sure that when we're looking at the territorial sea, we're not looking at it in a vacuum. And that's why we're bringing in all the agencies to the JART process. But Andy, I will also turn to you for any follow-up.
No, Tara, I think that's a great summary. I think what we can do in part 4 of the territorial sea plan, which is really focused on the marine element of the state's coastal resources and use them, is we can improve the process coordination. I would look to my colleagues to see whether or not they would have suggestions for process improvements on the onshore component of some of these infrastructure projects that cross multiple jurisdictions. Because as soon as a cable comes to a beach manhole and then it goes further inland, that's really well out of the jurisdiction of the territorial sea plan and falls maybe in the land use planning process. So I think that there are potential suggestions or recommendations that could be made by this body to further evaluate that piece. But at the very beginning, the process will have improved coordination amongst all the agencies that have a role in that evaluation. And I think that's an improvement that we don't currently have kind of on our requirements list.
Andy, I just wanted to flag, there's Margaret has her hand up online and I've seen several comments. Address them online. Margaret.
Sure. I just wanted to say, like, I'm not sure if what I'm saying is actually helpful. I reviewed all of these materials, but of course, I haven't been in the weeds with it for months and months like you all have. So I don't want to say something that you've all contemplated or been, is redundant, but I was, reading the chart and thinking about ORPD being at the table. Part of ORPD is the State Historic Preservation Office. They have specialized expertise in like cultural resources and archaeological site, and they have an inventory. And so it seems like they would be important to fold in because they can really identify some of those conflicts or anticipate conflicts with cultural resources in places where that might be coming on land. And then additionally, just thinking about submerged landforms, you guys mentioned that you had some, seafloor experts coming. Recently, BOEM's completed some submerged landform studies off the Heceta Head area. And so I just wanted to kind of flag that there might be other experts that have some information about landforms that might be culturally significant to tribes and overlay that would be important, and including somebody that might have that context in the JART would be helpful from my point of view.
Just as a response to that, Margaret, I think it's a great comment. We do have recognition that the tribal governments would be invited to participate on the JART. And I think of that as little C coordination prior to kind of agency to government consultation, which may occur separately and outside of the context of the JART. So the point of inclusion at the JART stage would be that very early awareness of a project, which could then lead to further conversations.
Yeah, and I fully appreciate that. I just want to make sure that, you know, if tribes are busy or something like that, that you're taking full advantage of that state agency coordination at an early phase in the project development. So I really appreciated that work that you guys did on the tribal consultation, little C and big C, thinking about those and where they fit into the process.
Okay, I think we'll, oh, sorry, Walter, I keep missing your card.
So when I was looking through here, the one issue I was gonna ask is with the requirement of the chart for the applications, was there any discussion of the applicants being a timeline of when they can expect to respond?
No, it's a great question. I don't recall us having a specific required timeline.
Well, I'm not talking part, but you know, a timeline where they can look at, because when they're applying for these, they need to take the time that it's gonna take to get these permits approved when they're doing this application. You know, if we're gonna have this chart, we need to say, is it gonna take 2 or 3 years, or what's gonna be added onto the process for when these applications come in?
Yeah, and I would actually defer to Blake. DSL may have other practices or rules that come into play in terms of timeline and responsiveness. But we did not put timelines into our document, because I think that fell more within the purview of DSL, but
Yeah, happy to answer that, Andy. Right now, there's nothing in rule or statute that has time requirements on our waterway use authorizations, you know, our easements or leases, and that would include, you know, what we authorize in the territorial sea. There are you know, different requirements for our removal fill permits that we issue. So those are a little different. I believe there are timelines set out for any removal fill permits applications. So when we receive a JPA, a joint permit application, you know, we have, I believe, 30 days to determine completeness and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But for our waterway use authorizations like easements and leases, we don't have those same kind of timeline. That said, territorial sea easements, you know, can take up, you know, between, I've seen 6 months, a year. It really depends on, you know, a number of things, you know, responsiveness of the applicant, you know, community involvement, you know, public comments that we receive, and, you know, any kind of, I guess, issues that might arise during construction, or prior to construction. So there's a lot of variables that can cause that timeline to, you know, to go on, but it's really case specific, and it's difficult to say, you know, an easement will take exactly this amount of time. So it's got to go to the land board for their approval, and that is a separate timeline as well. So depending on when we get the application, as it goes through comment period, you know, we may miss a land board meeting and have to wait an additional 2 months before we can get it in front of the land board. So those type of variables kind of make it complicated. So
Yeah, thanks, Blake. My question is, you know, Andy just talked about multiple jurisdictions, crossing multiple jurisdictions and a lot of other agencies being involved. I mean, I just think it'd be fair that we would give them kind of an idea. You know, we did that for the airports, part 3 and all that. I just think that if we're gonna be amending the airport seat plan, we should be able to give at least a small idea of what they're looking at, you know, about what agencies we have to deal with and so forth.
yeah, great. I appreciate that. And, you know, we typically provide a timeline of, like I said, 6 months to a year for territorial sea easements. That's yeah, that's the basic timeline that we provide applicants currently.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just, there's gonna be more than one agency involved. You're speaking for DSL.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can't really speak to the other agencies and how long their process takes.
Yeah, as a follow-up, I would just add that it's going to probably be very project specific, I would assume. I mean, as we discussed, there's some uses that DSL has seen before, such as cables, telecommunications cables, but the new uses that take much longer, the hook pipeline or something that might have, some severe risk for the ecosystem, you could see a much longer timeline. So, but if it's something that the working group could take back, I think that's later. And there might be a little more work to do here.
Thank you.
Okay, we are scheduled for a break. So, oh, geez. And let's rate it. Yes. Thank you. I'm too used to the online platform. I think I also see that David has his hand up too. So 2 more comments and then maybe we'll take a break. We will have a lot more discussion today.
And actually, Commissioner Yamamoto, I think you were up first, so you can go first.
Well, thank you, Lisa. So I just need to point out that when it comes to Trans-Pacific fiber cables, Tillamook County has landed more fiber cables than all the other coastal counties combined. And I think we need to be very careful as we're trying to develop the possibility of a new JART, as well as the transition point from where it comes from the territorial sea to on land. And I think I'm hearing maybe that there are going to be restrictions or new rules or regs on how we position and transport those cables across the county. And I know a lot of this maybe has started with the Facebook cable that Tillamook County landed last. And that was a problem cable, there's no doubt about it. We currently have another cable coming in, an Amazon cable, and they have learned the lessons from the Facebook debacle. They are asking us, what can we do for Tillamook County as we traverse Tillamook County going into the Hillsborough area? And they have been terrific partners. So what's happening is that because we were crossing so many unserved and underserved areas without broadband internet, they're actually allowing us off ramps off of their fiber cable as they traverse Tillamook County so that we can serve unserved and underserved areas of the county. They're taking this cable over Highway 6. And I explained to them, this is one of the most dangerous highways in Oregon. And there's a 35-mile stretch in there where we have no cell service. So there are many accidents on Highway 6. And what happens is that people have to drive one way or the other for 15 or 20 minutes before they get a cell signal to call emergency services. So I just asked them, I said, so can you find a way to get us a cell tower at the very top of Highway 6 to improve our emergency response? What they came back with was 9 cell phone towers. They're working with Verizon. They're giving us 9 off ramps as they go over Highway 6, so that we can have really great coverage on Highway 6 going over. Just recently had a conversation with Commissioner Jerry Willey, Washington County. And I was explaining this whole situation to Jerry, and he said, Dave, we've got kind of the same problem on the eastern side of Highway 6. We have no cell phone service. He says, you think there might be anything you can do for us? So again, another conversation with Amazon, and now they're placing 6 off ramps off of their cable going over the eastern side of Highway 6 so that they can get 6 cell phone towers again with Verizon. So these types of relationships are very important to counties like Tillamook County. And I'd hate to see for us to throw up roadblocks to this type of development. I think we're going to find that high-speed internet is going to be extremely important to all Oregonians, and landing these Trans-Pacific fiber cables is an important part of what Tillamook County should be looking for. One other issue that I need everyone to understand, people think there's a huge, and there's a huge ocean out there. We've got just so many opportunities to bring cables and land them on the Oregon coast. And that is untrue, especially if you talk to Scott McMullen. He'll tell you that the ocean is a very crowded place, especially when you can't cross rock formations, high value fishing grounds. You can't cross cables that are already laid on the ocean floor. So there are so many things that we need to consider here. I think we just need to be very careful as we look at new regulations, new timelines, new fees involved. These are not something that is just going to happen. There have to be many, many voices involved in this. Again, we just need to be careful. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just respond that the working group, you know, as the draft reflects that telecommunication cables and other infrastructure are as critical infrastructure. It's considered such under federal law. So we were well aware of that, and also the benefits that it can bring to Oregon. And we toured these facilities and got to see that firsthand. So I do want to make sure that it's said that that is something the working group took seriously and was a big consideration throughout. And Scott did sit on the working group, so had a lot of great input into the process as well. But thank you for those comments, and it's important to hear those sort of benefits to Oregon as well. Okay. Still want to have a comment before break?
I do. Walter, I feel like your question didn't get answered, and I just want to see if I can maybe help frame it a little bit. You were asking, I'm asking, so I'm not talking. Were you asking when this team comes together, works with an applicant, that what would come out of that is, here are the permits you need, here are the pieces you're looking for, so that the applicant can then go forward. So that's kind of like a pre-application, meaning what kind of timeline would be associated with that? And then within that, each agency would write their timelines, right? Yes. I think that would be useful, and so that this team actually does convene in a timely manner, is responsive to the applicant. I think that I understand what you're trying to do.
I'm looking around the room to make sure. Okay, all cards are down. We are scheduled for a 15-minute break. So why don't we come back at 11? Does that work for everyone? Great. And you're not gonna want to miss the next presentation. It is fascinating, the work that Ogami did. So stay tuned. You all, 15 minutes. Reminder. Just a reminder to please review our meeting summary from our last meeting so we can approve that later. And for those in the room, Andy has handed out a hard copy and emailed it to all virtual participants as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Reed. for our overview of the geological study of Oregon that I found fascinating and learned a ton. So I hope you all enjoy.
Okay, can you see my screen presentation?
Looks great. Thanks, Reed.
Okay, thank you for confirming. Thanks everyone for the opportunity to share some of our work on siting cable landings. I'm gonna give a kind of brief overview and talk a little bit about the report. Before I get going, I'd just like to acknowledge a bunch of my colleagues at Dogami that have contributed to this report, and Jonathan Allen, representative to OPAC, is here, I believe, as well, who's contributed a lot. So that we'll move onward. Okay, so we are working on a report. It's in review right now, both internally and with some external people. So we're planning to have that fully released to everyone by mid-June. And just to kind of give some context for our study, we're really focusing on the geologic factors that influence locating these cable landings. But we also acknowledge that there's a lot of other factors that should be considered when these sites are chosen, and a lot of those things are going to fall outside the scope of our study. This is an overview of the cables, most of the cables, with probably a few extras, but the most up-to-date data that we've been able to find for cable locations coming into the Oregon coast, with the exception of a research cable here on the Central Coast and these newly installed cables going out to the PacWave Marine Energy Facility. The majority of these cables are fiber optic telecommunications cables. And so, you know, there are quite a number coming in, as we've heard already today. And you can see that the roots of these cables are naturally segmented through corridors between these red blobs on the seafloor, which represent rocky outcrops that are avoided both to minimize impacts to fisheries, but also to minimize any abrasion of the cables. The best practice is to bury the cables in soft sediment of the sort that's indicated by the blue colors on the map. So the coast is getting relatively covered by these, particularly in the north. You can see down to the south, there are fewer cables coming in, probably due largely to infrastructure sort of considerations, but and these yellow polygons in the southern coast indicate these least or the wind call areas that BOEM has identified that people have been talking about already today. So there's certainly potential and interest in the southern coast. With that, just a brief overview on cable landings, how these cables come into shore, and this kind of sets the stage for our study. Our focus is largely on this location where a cable transits from the seafloor, where it's shallowly buried in sediment typically, and then the majority of the cable landings on the Oregon coast were constructed with horizontal directionally drilled boreholes that are emplaced, tens to hundreds of feet below the surface, down in sediment and rock. that transition from a beach manhole up near the coast on land to a point with generally at about 10 meters of water depth, 35 feet water depth, where then it comes back up to the surface. So this is one of the most critical parts of the cable landings, where it comes ashore. And that's really been a lot of our focus, because there's probably more flexibility on the details of where you locate a cable landing station or a power facility in the case of offshore power generation, as well as the details of how you would bring the cable into shore. But the construction of these landings is one of the really critical parts of the system, and where we've seen a number of challenges in recent cable landings being constructed in Oregon. Some of the complications that can happen during these horizontal directional drilling construction projects, things like the drill string breaking, either due to encountering unforeseen materials in the subsurface, or a poorly designed hole, basically. There are also possibilities of inadvertent returns, sometimes known as a frack out, where drilling fluids make it up to the surface through a fracture or some kind of weakness. You can also have settlement of the surface, development of local sinkholes, if there are cavities left in the subsurface during drilling. And I think for the message for a lot of this is that we need to have projects that are designed well to match the very specific local geologic characteristics of the site. And so our goals have been to compile a regional compilation of the best available geologic information, but there's needs to be a finer level of detail that isn't available in a systematic way when designing these particular places. So one of the major contributions of our work is to build on existing Dogami geologic mapping products and incorporate the onshore compilation that we have for Oregon with data about the seafloor substrate, and transfer some of the geologic mapping interpretation off the coast onto the seafloor, and come up with a seamless geologic map that can be used for understanding likely rock types that may be encountered in different places, what we're up against for constructing things along the coast, both onshore and offshore. And you can see that particularly in the northern Oregon coast, there's a lot of basalts that you might know of that create some of the big headlands, but they also pop up in kind of random places that are hard to predict. And these things occur at all different scales. This is an example of one that crops out at the surface near Cape Kiwanda, this dike that has invaded downward into the sedimentary rocks, and represents a major contrast and strength with the sandstone around it. So really understanding where the rock type variations are and where they are in the subsurface is a critical part of constructing these cable landings. Another focus of our study is looking at factors that will then impact the resilience of this critical infrastructure once it's built, is it likely to withstand the sort of geologic processes that it's subjected to over its design life? This is an example of one of the early cable landings along the Oregon coast that was not installed with horizontal directional drilling, and the cables were trenched more shallowly across the beach, and a particularly erosive storm year exposed the cables, and they had to be reburied. And so one of our goals has been to try to map out where the coast is changing the fastest, where is it growing outward, where is it eroding back. And this is some of Jonathan Allen's work. And without getting into the details, this is just an illustration of variation in the beach profile, the shoreline profile through time, and how it's changed from 1997. If you're looking at this bottom panel here, this dash red line was the position of the ground surface in 1997. And then in March of 2022, you can see that it's receded back in this location in the Nisquoin area. So we've done this sort of analysis along the entire Oregon coast now, and we can make maps of the rate of change and assess where is the coastline retreating back and being eroded versus where areas where it's accreting through time. And again, this is going to influence the resilience of the infrastructure along the coast, and could be mitigated through setbacks or placement of these cable landings in places that are less subject to erosion. So the way that we've approached this question of how to look at the entire Oregon coast in a systematic way with regard to suitability for cable landings, we've compiled a bunch of different GIS layers that cover the coast and cover relevant sorts of characteristics that we feel are relevant for this this process of siting the landings. And then we sample those in a systematic way connected to points along the coast. So this is just looking at a section of the coast. There's a 5-mile scale bar for reference. So we sample essentially the entire coastline, and just for being systematic and having a kind of straightforward way of sampling these diverse data sets, we have taken a transect approach. And so there's little transects on land that go from the local shoreline inland about 250 meters, a little less than maybe a little more than 1/10 of a mile. That's where the zone where most of the beach manholes for current cable landings are today. And then we sample a bunch of factors in the land in those little pink polygons. And then we sample things offshore with 3 different distances. One of them is defined by the 10-meter depth contour, where those drill holes tend to punch out at the seafloor. And then another sector that's defined by the edge of the territorial sea, about 3 nautical miles out. And then another sector that's about 15 kilometers out from the local coastline. And to capture some of the potential for a cable to come in obliquely to the coastline, we sample these offshore characteristics in straight out, and then 2 angles angled either to the northwest or to the southwest as a sort of coarse way to get at some of the spatial variation. And for things that are vary in map view. We sample in rectangles that follow those transects, and then we come up with scores for different characteristics. So this graphic's a little outdated, but it shows the general approach where we take an area weight of the scores of the different sorts of substrate, for example, and then come up with an area weighted score for this transect that gets applied to the shoreline point here. And we do the same thing for land. So different factors get sampled either through this area sampling or through proximity. And the details of all this will be laid out in our report. This is a revised version of what we're considering relative to what some people in the working group have seen in the past. Overall, fairly similar, but without getting into the weeds of all these things, these are the factors that we're considering generally, and showing you weights. So we're putting greater importance on these factors with the taller bars here. And the way it's working out right now, we've got a little more weight on the land side, maybe roughly half and half shoreline plus offshore, and then balanced against the land. Again, with kind of the feeling that location of the cable landing is maybe the most critical detail in siting this infrastructure. And I would note that the weights and the scores are subjective, and so this is our best approach to this. But certainly other people could have different relative weights or how they would score different factors, and all of the data that we're working with is going to be available for people to work with in the future. So getting into our updated sets of scores along the coast, we'll just run through some maps here briefly, but I'd say overall takeaways, we find that there are relatively suitable areas. The highest relative scores are indicated by this dark red. And then as you go down to cooler colors, darker blue, we have less suitable locations in our analysis. And places that are black have a 0 score. These are generally areas like marine protected areas or rocky headlands that we've identified as being unsuitable in general. So moving through the coastal counties from north to south going across, you can see that there's a number of relatively suitable locations in the north, and Tillamook County has some suitable locations that correspond relatively well to where the existing cables come in. Going down into Lincoln County, again, kind of a mix of things. The Pac Wave landing site shows up as a relatively suitable location as well for what that's worth. Moving southward down into Lane and Douglas, and the Florence cable landing, there's only one cable that we know of coming in there currently, but it is kind of a notably more suitable location in our analysis. A lot of sandy coastline to the south, but relatively a lot of wetlands and not much other infrastructure. Roads are one of the factors that we take into account. going south into Coos County, there's the Bandon cable landings. And this one stands out as being less suitable in our analysis, largely due to rocky seafloor outboard of this cable landing. I'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. And then down through the southern coast, we see, a kind of mix of rocky shoreline and some little pockets of more favorable locations in this regional analysis. So just briefly touch on this, but one of the complications with this regional scale systematic study is that you can't go to the level of detail that someone might when they install an actual cable coming into the shore. So you can see this southern cable indicated by the black line coming into the Bandon cable landing stations here is routed, quite circuitously and is dodging these red areas of rocky seafloor and kind of threading the needle through areas of sediment where the cable could be buried. And so some of the places where our brute force analysis just picks up these big areas of rock, but it doesn't necessarily show if there is a viable way to wiggle the cable through. The other thing I'd say is that you can see in just the detail and the mapping, it varies spatially. Some places it's super high resolution. Other places, there's kind of these big blobs that are less well defined. And so in places where we show an absence of rock in the existing data, that may not be totally accurate either. So it really motivates site-specific studies to nail down these locations. And just an overall summary of our scores. We exclude about 36% of the coastline due to the kind of obvious rocky areas, active landslides that are moving. And then there's a fairly large proportion of the coast that has relatively favorable scores, with about 17% of the points that we consider in this 85 to 100% of the maximum score kind of range. And these are pretty distributed along the coast. So there does seem opportunity for diverse cable landings in the future in Oregon. And with that, I will come about to the end of my time here. So I'll just leave the conclusions here. And if anybody would like to ask some questions, I'd be happy to take those. Thank you.
Thank you, Reed, for that presentation. Again, I found this fascinating and I just love maps. So I don't know if anybody else is with me on that one, but I see Joe as his part of.
Thank you, Reed. That was really fascinating. I'm just wondering, I saw that you took into consideration marine protected areas and other natural resource areas of importance. But I wonder if you included any layers, any GIS layers of like marine seabird nesting areas or marine mammal, like any kind of biotic layers in addition to those other areas. I know, and for fish as well, I know that some of those under subtidal rocky areas are, correlated with important fishing areas. So just kind of curious how you factored that into the landing areas.
Yeah, we really have not factored in much on the biologic side, except for things like the marine reserves, which we screen off completely. And, to the extent that important habitats are co-located with rocky headlands and things, we do, I'd imagine there's a fair bit of overlap, but you know, we haven't really had the expertise to feel like we, you know, would know what the comprehensive layers are for those things. And so I think that that is something that should be considered in the future. And it's, you know, kind of a challenging thing administratively, I think, considering especially more onshore parts of these systems in the context of the territorial sea plan.
Just to respond to that, as part of TSP 3, which was updated recently, there was an entire data set put together, a web mapping tool that it does include a lot of those key layers that you could easily access and incorporate into your analysis.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, I'd be happy to look into that some more.
I think we have Fran and then David and then Andy. Is the three.
I was raising my card, David.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you, Reed. Great presentation. So this was a study focused on cables and mostly where it's appropriate to bury cable. How would your study translate, or what other factors or would be needed to analyze pipelines for material transfer or other types of fixtures?
Yeah, so if I understood you, you're asking about applicability to pipelines or other kinds of infrastructure that might be on the seafloor.
Correct.
Yeah, that's a good question. We really have focused on cables because that seemed to be the kind of most current use, and so I'd say that it's the suitability that we've looked at probably overlaps fairly well with what you might consider for a pipeline. But you know, things like we do factor in things like presence of active faults, you know, susceptibility to liquefaction in an earthquake, tsunami zones, some of these things that you know, would impact a cable, but in the case of a cable, it probably wouldn't really have an impact on the environment if it was ruptured in some kind of low probability geologic event. So I think for locating something that does have potential to cause more environmental damage, if it was ruptured or something, you would probably want to have a different prioritization of considering some of these factors than what we've done. So I think the database of the geology and hazards that we've compiled will be relevant, but I don't think the results would be directly usable in the same way as it would be for a cable.
I think that may be a good point to capture in our notes that things might have to be reprioritized for pipelines so people don't forget the origin of this database and what the prioritization is for. And I think this is an incredible resource, but we wouldn't want it to be applied directly for pipelines.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, David, Commissioner Yamamoto.
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Reed, I certainly understand Ogami is dealing with the geological issues here. But when we bring a cable in, a Trans-Pacific fiber cable in, we have to route the cable so that it doesn't affect high value fishing grounds. And I know, you know, you're only concerned at this point with marine reserves, things of that nature. As we do get ready to actually land the cable on the beach, we work very closely because most of our cables do come in South Tillamook County, where the Pacific City Dory Fleet fishes and crabs, things of that nature. We work very closely with the Pacific City Dory Fleet to make sure they know exactly our time schedule, where we're going to be, things of that nature. So I'm not sure that you can answer my question, but looking at the rest of the agenda, I don't know where in this conversation crossing high value fishing grounds, where that is discussed. And I'm not sure you can answer it, Reed, but I'm hoping somebody knows where that conversation takes place.
Yeah, I mean, I think other people can probably address that question as well. The sense that we've gotten is that the rocky seafloor constitutes some of the most important fishing grounds. And also, in talking to Scott, once the cables are buried in most places across the sandy parts of the seafloor, there really have not been negative consequences of having a cable in the seafloor for the most part. A lot of the fishing has been able to continue once the cable is in place. So I think it's certainly a concern, and we've tried to address that to some degree. But if there are other considerations, high value fishing grounds that aren't captured by this kind of trying to find sandy seafloor to route the cable through, it would be helpful to know about that.
And again, I would just point out that I know Scott has identified on some of his maps certain high value fishing grounds and I don't know where those mapped high value fishing grounds come from. And I'm not sure Scott knows, but those are areas that we just cannot cross. So again, I think maybe I'm looking to the group to see exactly where this fits in and who has jurisdiction over this.
Yeah, I'll let someone else take that.
David, I will address your question. The importance of fisheries and protecting our ocean users and our natural resources is addressed in several places in the draft amendments. One of the places that certainly we call this out as an important resource is in the requirement to conduct a resource inventory. So if you look, and Marcus put this in the chat for you, 4.3.5.2, it evaluates current uses of the areas that are coincident with the proposed route. And it calls out specifically fisheries as well as other recreational uses. In addition, in the past, we have required communication and cooperation mechanisms with the affected users of the territorial sea. This has come in the form of written agreements in the past between cable companies and an organization like the Oregon Fishermen Cable Committee or the fishermen involved in natural energy group out of Lincoln County. And that has specifically addressed what happens if there is an accident or there needs to be communication between an ocean user and the owner of a cable company. So those are a couple of places where impacts to existing ocean resource users come into play.
So I do appreciate that very much. It just seems we're concentrating more on other issues than we are on the fishing issues. I just want to point that out to everyone.
Kind of a response to David. I'm sure that we're going to want cable in general. And right now, we're dealing primarily with fiber optic cable. I'm more concerned about electric cable. And because I think there may be an impact, no, but we don't know yet. So, somewhere in this process, with respect to high value fishing grounds, for example, I think we need to have some kind of a discussion about, I would say, non-emitting cable. This is cable that potentially could emit electric energy and interfere with things like crab migration or fish movement or those sorts of things. So I guess what I'm saying is maybe we need to be not just generic cable, but specific.
I would just say that the working group did have several conversations about the difference between various uses and reminding ourselves repeatedly that this is not just about telecommunications cables, that there are energy cables, there are pipelines, anything that might be a mix of the seafloor is covered by this part. And so trying to call out very specifically at different points when you're speaking of telecommunications cables versus other infrastructure cables, but it's a point that I think we should comb very carefully as we're going through this document and make sure we made that distinction where necessary. Because the working group also. All right, I see we have a agenda up, I think.
Yeah, waiting for the official time, I guess. Scott Grove, ODFW, but just to build on the two commissioner comments, which I appreciate. ODFW would work with various federal agencies to build that NCOS model, and included brought a lot of fishery logbooks together. So that might be something that would be nice to see within a model such that we so nicely presented. We're building that fishery logbook data, and it's gotten more advanced recently. It might be something for the near future.
Yeah, thank you. My, it's not a question per se, more of a comment. And I have discussed specifically with Gogami the value of having this information together in an accessible spatial geodatabase. And we have been in discussions about how we can keep this database available and accessible to our agencies and our public as potential new infrastructure is proposed. So the idea of a geospatial tool that houses this information and is accessible is something that the working group has discussed, although we did not come to any recommendations about the development of a siting tool, which would be more specific to providing reports about the types of information that you might find along a route that somebody would make. But that is certainly an opportunity that's in front of us now that we have this collection of information organized and available. So that is a potential follow-up action that the council could recommend, something that agencies work together on and stand up. Certainly, I think it was beyond the purview that we were given, but it could be a valuable improvement. Certainly, we have online geospatial databases that we've used in other parts of the Territorial Sea Plan. Part 3 has the Rocky Shores tool that allows the public to interact with the Rocky Shores information. We have had tools online for thinking about renewable energy development in the past. So just put that out there to this group to think about if that's something that's important. There could be a recommendation. There currently is no funding allocated for that piece of this work. And depending upon how much time and energy you put into it, it could be either highly customized and specific, or it could be very general. If you just provide the information and allow somebody to look through that, but something for the group to consider.
I did see online, we have a hand up, and I believe that was for.
Yeah, so Ray, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, good. Thanks. I appreciate it. So just to address Commissioner Yamamoto's concerns, and I understand we're identifying high valued fishing grounds. We have worked with the cable committee here in Pacific City. And Scott's notified us when they were going to be here and when they weren't, so that we could remove our crab gear from the area, the halibut gear, fishermen in the halibut area when they're installed. And I understand what we're talking about, but in the beginning, we have an RCA and seasons are set there, and halibut seasons, crab and our salmon seasons are all set in those areas. And I think some of our concerns would be if something happens to those cables, and they're supposed to be buried, but we had one of our high valued fishing grounds right out of Pacific City, and we only have one area as a halibut fishery, and guys were losing all their gear just fishing through an area. And we assumed that it was the cable, but the cable committee actually came here and looked at that and found out that it wasn't. But at least there was something there that said they could come look. And I think that's just having something in place that says, you know, all of a sudden when one fishing ground area is closed down to another fishing ground area and everybody's forced into one spot, and that happens to be where the cable is. I just think that something needs to be looked at to make sure that they have the ability to go look again. Other than that, that's what I just had to say about how it works here.
Thank you. Rena.
And I will try to keep them microphone. Can you hear me online? Okay, just check. I wanted to just briefly echo the, I think it's important to combine visual databases. Just, you can see what's coming up here, the visualization presents a prioritization that might not be reality, but not being able to see the other databases sort of layered on gives a bad impression, and I think it's hard for people to synthesize it. So I just want to echo, I think we should look at that because I think it's a valuable resource for the state overall. The other thing I wanted to ask Scott, this is just actually a question for Scott. You brought up the NCOS study, the work that DFW's been doing right on the mapping, and that's been really informative, but it's been really limited to a footprint. And so I just wasn't sure if there was more extensive mapping going on, because like the Agami state, this is all statewide, right? Giving you a much broader picture. So anyway, I'm just curious if that's what you're implying, if there's a broader footprint, or if it's just that. Yeah, progress towards that, because I think there's interest for other reasons, but
I think progress towards increased transparency of that data, I guess, is what I'm looking for. You know, so that data can be used more than just. It's all different when you think about burial versus non-burial. It really impacts fishing areas in much different ways.
more comment and question.
Yeah, and I would just comment that throughout our entire process, the cable companies have made it very clear that their preference is to have the cables buried, because that's what protects their investment. So it's in their best interest to keep the cable buried. And Scott McClellan has provided evidence from evaluations of cable routes, indicating that once a cable is buried in the sediment, it is almost entirely remains that way, that like 99.9%. Well, once it's buried, it stays that way. So, and I think that's the best practice for our state, because we do want compatible uses of the ocean to coexist, and that allows fishing to continue, as well as the protection for that beneficial use of the infrastructure being in place.
I still see raised hand up, but I'm thinking it might be a legacy hand unless there's a follow-up. And with that, I think we will maybe before we break for lunch, get the agency report out on the agency memo that we all received, discussing the work of the working group on PSP 4 in the broader context of the requirements of the House bill passed in 2021. I hope everyone's had a chance to review that. And I'll turn over to Andy. Are you Andy Marcus to give us an overview of that? And then we'll have time for maybe a few questions, and then there will be more opportunity for discussion after lunch.
Yeah, thank you. I'm gonna lead this portion. So in the conduct of our working group meetings over the last year, we have attempted to meet all of the directives in House Bill 2603 that was passed to us. DLCD has been the lead agency on the work associated with the Territorial Sea Plan amendment process, obviously, and has been staffing that working group process. And we feel that we have met most of the directives in House Bill 2603, either directly or indirectly. The memo lays out the sections in section 2 of the bill that describes all of the different elements that we have met, including evaluating the coordinated permitting process, at least in the marine component. The requirements to have public information meetings and review the application process that would be associated with landing infrastructure and or cables. The requirements that we have geotechnical specific data and information to look at, the potential risks associated with specific routes, consultation with seafloor experts, and we just had an excellent presentation from Begami indicating how they looked at the geology and how that could impact cable routes. So we are happy to report that we feel that we have met most of the directives in the bill. There were, however, areas that are outside of the jurisdiction of the Territorial Sea Plan that were still directives in House Bill 2603. One of the first of those areas was fee structure. There was a request that we looked at potential changes to fee structures and financing associated with the administrative costs of protection and management of the Territorial Sea and onshore. And we did have our agencies that have authority to recover costs for agency actions and take a look at this. And both the DSL, Department of State Lands, and DEQ have provided notice that from a cost recovery perspective, there may need to be changes to their administrative rules that are made, enabling the agencies to cover those costs. So that is something outside of OPAC in our working group purview. We just wanted to flag that. And in general, this memo has the intent of being a communication mechanism to let us know, let the bill authors know, and let others know that we have done the lion's share of the work as directed, but there are a few areas that can potentially be follow-up or additional. There's additional space for additional coordination or collaboration amongst agencies as we consider some of the impacts onshore. So that includes section 2, or the number 2, which thinks about where and how cables are going to come to shore, and especially the piece of the infrastructure project that once it reaches the beach manhole and then goes further inland to a network station or the other pieces of infrastructure on land that are important. And there is a gap there from the permitting perspective. And we don't know what the solution for that is yet. We feel like the establishment of the Joint Agency Review Team gives a process coordination benefit because we will all be there, made aware of the project and understanding the potential impacts as that project intersects with areas further onshore. But it's still an open question as to how we want to potentially improve or make changes around the land use side of the process. Because that really is a terrestrial focused endeavor. So this, the memo tries to describe and lay out basically what we were able to address and what we weren't able to address. The other piece to this memo is a process piece. And we were originally thinking that this meeting would be a decisional meeting for the council, hoping that we would have everything ready to bring it in front of you. But it was clear and direction from DLCD leadership, you know, asked staff and has requested to the council that we have some additional time for a couple of work tasks that are specific that we want to have in order before we bring a recommendation from the working group to the council. One of those is a Department of Justice review. So Steve has yet to do a thorough review of the draft the working group has produced. We want the working group to have the benefit of that knowledge that Steve will impart to us and the changes that he may bring from the legal perspective. We also have a couple of additional tasks, one of which is to bring a fiscal impact statement in front of the working group. That you know, the rule advisory committees, when we amend rules for our commission, you know, they have a role to look at that fiscal impact statement to provide comments to us. And the last is tribal consultation. And we want the working group to have the benefit of knowledge associated with any tribal consultation that may come to us, so that we have a nice completed draft and a whole package ready for OPAC. And I think that means that there does need to be an additional working group meeting. I think that we need to constrain that to a few specific issues that we can identify. Today, we have a short list of those issues, just in terms of consensus items from the working group that we were going to bring in front of OPAC today, and Marcus will do that after lunch. But and upon looking at the House bill, we have another 3 months of time to meet the statutory deadline. So we would like to take that time, make sure that we bring the best product forward. So with that, I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
I see something in the chat, I'm not sure if that's a question. And Richard, first up, and
Well, Andy, in the discussion of the territorial sea plan, it talks about infrastructure on the seafloor. We focus pretty much on cable. Would artificial reefs fall under infrastructure? What would be considered here?
That is a great question, Richard. Don't know that that would meet the definition of infrastructure as we would see it. I think that would fall into the category of habitat enhancement piece. But I think ODFW would want to be very careful about how that kind of action is considered. But I think if it's meant to be a permanent change in the seafloor, and it's not associated with the benefits of what humans get out of the seacoast, I don't know that I would define artificial reefs as such. I don't know, I'm curious to know what others would think of that.
The reason I mentioned that is just, you know, it occurs to me as we're looking at more and more development of the ocean, that at some point there may be an opportunity to provide offsite mitigation for some of these developers that can't directly mitigate their impact, but could do an offsite mitigation, like building an artificial reef or two, to provide more opportunities, particularly for recreational fishing, but other fishing opportunities. And I just thought, bring that up and see where that might fall in the realm of that. And I'm just looking back at things that I've dealt with inland, is that there are many impacts of gold mining, for example, that you cannot mitigate on-site. But there were opportunities to do offsite mitigation, develop wetlands and things like that, where we could allow them to do something to help offset the impact of the project. And that may be something we may want to consider doing down the road, at least the potential for that.
I guess my initial response is the mitigation in the ocean is a real challenge because of how difficult it is to work in that environment. Especially when we think about habitat function, and you would not want to, as an example, change a soft sediment habitat to a structured habitat, because that could change the community structure of the ecosystem. Necessarily, you have a different set of fish assemblages that's associated with hard structures than you do with those associated with soft structures. So I would think that wouldn't be kind of a like for like mitigation action. That's not to say that I think mitigation is impossible. I think certainly we are attempting restoration of our kelp beds as an example in some places, but I struggle with thinking of artificial reefs as a mitigation action that we would take, because I think we're trying to prohibit development and impacts to especially important the rocky reef structures, the high relief structures, which are kind of distinct, and in general they're surrounded by soft structure environments in our marine system. So kind of getting to the edge of my knowledge base, and I see Scott's card went up, so I want to allow him to speak.
Yeah, thanks, Andy. You answered actually really great. It's an interesting question. I wouldn't have thought of artificial reefs in the realm of TSP Part 4 until right now, I guess. But and gave a great answer. I think the only thing I add to it is it might have some similarities to like adding jetties, where you're replacing soft sediment for recreational usable rocking structures.
Chris was next in queue, but Karina, did you want to weigh in on this topic? I saw your card go up for this.
Yeah, specific to this topic, I was just thinking, by analogy to other, state processes that I'm familiar with in California regarding fill and uses of the seafloor and which bodies kind of, or which policies that the policy kind of get engaged. And I do think, given the way that the purpose of the Part 4 is written, it might come, and for the reasons even that you're and Scott are invoking, that there are concerns to be addressed if something like that were to be proposed. So I just to answer the specific question that I think Richard brought up was, does this apply to that kind of a proposal or proposition? I think it probably should. I'm not sure where else it would, I mean, just saying that by different, sort of other experience with this kind of stuff, whether it's the national marine sanctuaries that prevent, I would have to permit them if I was going to do something like that. Bay Conservation and Development District in California, and that would go in today, they would like green tape around, developing nature-based infrastructure, so green infrastructure projects in such stream, but those bodies often speak to that policy set often speaks to those kinds of things. So, yeah.
Just a quick response. I do think the draft that we pulled together could be used to address that question, because we do have, well, I would say that an artificial reef hold in place potentially might need to affix it to the seabed, and therefore it would fall under a use that where we have created process, a multi-agency and multi kind of community perspective process to review that proposed action. We've also added that resource inventory and effects requirement. I think that would be a comprehensive look at the potential changes to the system. But I have to admit, I haven't thought about this in that way. So I think, re-looking at what we've done in the context of that question would be valuable to see if we met the needs for that question.
And just another response, as currently defined in our draft, I don't think that an artificial reef would fall under the definition of infrastructure. So if we would like, or if it's direction from the council that we would like to look at that, and working group with that, we would need to, I think, take another look at our definitions. Because currently, it's relating to a utility, I think is how we have defined infrastructure and fixtures, so noted that we should take a look at that and consider that.
I'm just curious where else it would be.
And I do recall artificial reefs coming up in one of our working group meetings, but I can't remember what it was in relation to, so Marcus might recall better. It might have been in relation to our discussion around mitigation. ODFW, that's very specific. We are at, Chris. Okay, sorry.
Yes, I love being the person before lunch. No, I just wanted to say in terms of the next steps for this group. In previous territorial sea plan amendment processes, my office and NOAA had been engaged to look at any of the policies that were included in the revised plans. If it was something the Oregon Coastal Management Program would want to have approved part of their NOAA approved coastal program. And up until really recently, we have not been engaged at all. So I don't know if that's something that is expected with this Part 4 amendment. But if there are specific policies in here that the Oregon Coastal Management Program would be potentially using for their federal consistency review in the future, then I would strongly recommend that NOAA is given time to review those and advise on if we'd be able to approve them or not. Because if we can't, they're still kind of cheap. But we have not been engaged yet, so timing wise, for those of you that are on the list, let's talk about that sooner than later, because we need time to know which ones you'd be intending to use potentially for federal consistency in the future, reflect on those and give you feedback.
Yeah, thank you. And we have had Jeff from the Oregon Coastal Management Program on all of our meetings. And I do believe there's been some initial conversations.
So the first I saw anything was about 1 week. And I trust Jeff, he's very good, but he also doesn't have the national lens that I have federal consistency leads back in DC, who will ultimately be the folks who decide on this. So Jeff has great expertise and insights on how to draft policy, but if the goal is to have them to go out, I need time to have them in front of our DC folks.
Absolutely.
Just to flag on that, I feel like that is as soon as Steve has done his DOJ review, and one of the things I have up here is that will occur this month or early next month. And so once we have that review done, that is the right step to take the language to NOAA.
As long as that leaves enough time, because if the folks on my end raise any concerns, I know it's kind of like back to the working group thing and let's, not at the back of the more, but if there's changes that need to be made, I know it takes a while to convene the working group and everything else. So instead of creating more process, if you want to look at an earlier version or currently this week, you guys decide what the right process is, because I can't always get the information for them.
Thank you, Chris. Really lovely.
Okay, I'm seeing no more hands up or cards. So with that, we will break for lunch. We will reconvene at 12:30. I think lunch is over in that same room. Here for those in the room, we'll reconvene at 12:30 for a lunchtime presentation, not to be missed, of the West Coast Ocean Alliance. And then we will do our discussion on Part 4 this afternoon. See you at 12:30.
Hey, chief, I'm gonna have to get. Okay, sorry.
You're coming through,
I heard you, you're right. I was unmuted.
you're unmuted now.
I'm unmuted now?
Yes, I hear you on. Hey, John, you there?
Hey, I'm here. Hope you can hear me all right.
Yeah, doing great. You want to go ahead and start sharing the screen?
Yes. Sorry, Andy, the audio is a little garbled, but I think you said share screen. So, or let me do that.
Go ahead and share, and then I think we're about to read.
Great.
Your action alert,
Or you, Charlie, oh, you guys.
All right, looks good, John.
Great.
Just wait for Karen to stop here.
Oh, sorry. Are we? We're waiting on just a couple more people. Okay, welcome back, everyone, back. And we are going to turn it over for our lunchtime presentation on an update from the West Coast Ocean Alliance. So that I will turn over to John. Thank you for being here.
Great. Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me okay. And my audio is coming through, and it looks like my screen share is up as well. So really happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you to Andy and the team there and OPAC generally. Sorry, I could not be there in person. I always love an excuse to get up to Oregon. So my hope is to find another time soon to come join you there, but really glad to have a chance to give you just a few minutes of a high level update on the latest happenings with the West Coast Ocean Alliance. I know a number of folks on this group and have been actually in front of OPAC a few times over past years and stretching even further on these regional ocean activities, and they've had various names and entities. And so I'll do a little bit of background primer on that just to refresh folks' memory. But really excited to give you the latest and greatest as we have some new funding and new support and engagement happening around regional ocean planning that we hope is really going to be ultimately helpful and informative for groups like OPAC to be able to track broader regional activities, but also really bring it back in a meaningful way to the activities happening in Oregon and what coastal stakeholders and government representatives want to see in terms of kind of planning, support, and engagement broadly throughout the region. So I guess just first introduce myself. I'm John Hanson. I'm the Executive Director of the West Coast Ocean Alliance based in the San Francisco Bay Area and have been working with this group in its various forms for a number of years. So first slide here, I just wanted to share the term Regional Ocean Partnership now in a formal way applies to 4 groups that are active in the US. This slide, mostly I just wanted you to see the map. This is 4 regional areas. These are 4 regional areas that have active regional ocean partnerships. You can see we are the West Coast iteration of that, the West Coast Ocean Alliance. There are 2 on the East Coast that are active, NROC and MARCO, and then the Gulf of Mexico Alliance in the Gulf. We are all different flavors of this. We have some similarities, we have some differences, and I'll speak to a moment of sort of how we're in a little bit more of a formal state of play for ROPs as the work that's been working, or excuse me, the work that's been active for a number of years and the support that we've recently received. But I would encourage folks, if you are interested, to just check out the websites of these groups, NROC, MARCO, and GOMA, as they do provide some insights into their regional needs, but also some examples of regional coordination that we've been talking to and coordinating with across the US. So just as way of background again, the regional ocean planning discussions that we now encompass have really been going on for a while. So if you go all the way back to 2005, 2006, that was the first time the governors on the West Coast got together to discuss regional ocean coordination, and was formed under the West Coast Governors Agreement on Ocean Health. That evolved over time and had various topics and issues that they engaged in, and I'm sure a number of you are familiar or were actively a part of those efforts. I do want to highlight the West Coast Ocean Data Portal that I'll reference in a few slides later, was grown out of those original Governor's Agreement activities, and it remains an important priority and coordination effort focused on ocean data. And I think as many of you know, Andy who's there with you, is a key lead and has been for a number of years on our data efforts that continue to the present. We had a West Coast regional planning body that was set up under the Obama administration. That was the first time there was a formal piece of the federal executive order side of things that engaged around ocean planning and was really a strong motivation for the West Coast to grow the regional activities and at that stage bring in tribal governments, which has been a key theme and has continued again to the present in terms of our work with tribes in the region, and I think is a key strength for our group. And then in 2018, there was an executive order from the Trump administration that dissolved the regional planning body structure, but allowed for the continuation of these regional dialogues. And at that time, we as a group discussed sort of the path forward and decided that the best path was to reform ourselves as a regional ocean partnership. And that was framed under the West Coast Ocean Alliance header. And so this is all to say that this is not something that was started recently. It's really a outgrowth of a lot of discussion and deliberation on a regional scale and looking at decision makers throughout the West Coast and really trying to support what they saw as needs around regional planning and understand what this means locally, but also broadly for the West Coast, how partners should be better engaged. And we've really worked to try to support that in a number of ways. So at its core, as we sit today, the West Coast Ocean Alliance has membership made up of tribal, state, and federal partners. That's been really the core of the group since the regional planning body was set up, and really has been a focus of that level of decision maker coming together on a regional scale. I'll highlight just for the state of Oregon, DLCD, Andy, and Lisa and the team there, along with ODF&W, have been our leads for the state, but we work closely with the full federal family. Chris Wall is there in the room with you, and the NOAA family obviously has been a key partner for us, as well as BOEM, but really broadly, everyone from DOD to DOI to EPA and a number of others have really been strong partners for a number of years. I'll mention this a few times, but the other piece here really to underscore is the role of tribes in our group. That has really been something that has taken a lot of work, but has really provided dividends in terms of engagement with co-managers on the coast. When you talk co-managers, that includes tribes, and that's been something that we've really worked hard to instill tribal engagement as a foundational element of our work, and I think has been received extremely well, hopefully from our tribal partners, but also from federal and state partners, in that we do have a somewhat of a unique forum that allows all of those decision makers to be at the same table and drive our priorities. And it's not a federal top-down initiative. It's not something that's kind of being decided in DC and then handed out to the regions. It's really the regions that are deciding the work of the West Coast Ocean Alliance in terms of our regional needs, and tribes are a key part of that. We work regionally. It's a big region, so we try to really understand what the needs are, both for the full regional scale as well as sub-regional. So what is happening in Oregon? How is that different from Washington? How is that different from California? And then how do we really make that, again, a meaningful link to what's happening on the coast, but also understand regionally what we can support on a broader scale? I mentioned the data portal, a key piece, and I'll reference this again later, but data being a foundational element, understanding kind of data resources, science, other pieces to inform planning, regardless of the topic or the issue. And ultimately, as I mentioned already, we want to be flexible and responsive. So we're not, again, deciding this ahead of time. We're not driving it from a single perspective or agency. It's really the group deciding what are the needs we have, what is not being met or delivered elsewhere, so we're not reinventing wheels, and then what can we best do to engage and support that. And then lastly, this last bullet is a key one, and this one I try to hammer as often as I can. We're not a regulatory group, so nothing that we do impacts any kind of decision making, any other regulatory or legal structures, has nothing in a role in terms of consultation with tribal governments, for example. That really remains the responsibility of federal agencies, of state governments, and tribal governments. So nothing we do formally impacts that, but instead our focus really is on how to better connect these partners, how to have them be better able to share information, updates with one another, build relationships, and ultimately build efficiencies between the many layers of government decision-making that impact the oceans on the West Coast and try to make them more effectively connected with one another. So a few years ago, we decided to kind of just revisit what does this group really want to focus on. The 4 bullets here, I won't go through in too much detail, but really these were the themes that rose to the top for the group, and I think are probably not surprising, but are things that we've rallied around over recent years. Trying to start with what are the compatible uses of the ocean that we can support, really trying to understand what's existing in the ocean now, what new uses are being proposed, and how can those better be planned for and coordinated with based on the government decision makers that are tracking and really ultimately approving where these uses are happening. The second is around decision making. This is a complicated one. There's so many different layers of government and management and planning that happen in the ocean. How can a group like ours make that more effectively connected, but also transparent? So folks that are trying to understand which decisions happen where and when and how can learn and hopefully benefit from a group like ours supporting kind of sharing that information in a transparent way. The third is around data. Again, a key one for us, and the data portal is really the lead for us. But not surprisingly, data remains a key priority for a lot of the work that we do in the foundational piece. And then the last, as I mentioned earlier, understanding and respecting tribal rights, traditional knowledge, resources, and practices. This is really a fundamental one for us. And I think you've only seen in recent years further recognition of how important it is to engage tribes the right way, to not have tribes come in later or be left out of a decision-making process or discussion, but that everybody benefits when tribes are engaged from the start, and that really strengthens everybody's outcomes and does so in a way that respects the role of each tribe as a sovereign government and decision maker, and something we really see as a key theme to support our work as well. So recently, things have shifted for us a bit in a good way as we've received some new federal support. The first, as I highlight here, came by way of funding through the bipartisan infrastructure law. There was funding included at the tune of $10 million a year for 5 years, starting this year, to support all 4 regions that I listed on that first slide. So that, as it lands, ultimately equates to about $2 million a year per region. So that's something that we are embarking on now. We're a few months into our first year of funding. As Chris can well attest to, she is the lead for a lot of these funding pieces for all of the regions. And so it's a busy time, but busy in a good way in terms of a lot of work that's happening. And I'll highlight where that's landed on the West Coast to start here in a moment. There is also a separate piece of funding in that package specifically to tribal engagement and planning. Again, as we've seen from this administration, there is a strong recognition of that importance around engaging with tribes. So there really was a point made, and I think a lot of that messaging was led by West Coast tribes to ensure there was adequate support for tribes to be a part of these conversations and to do planning work that reflects regional needs. And we're really excited that some of that early funding has gone directly to West Coast tribes as the leads on that, and we expect more funding to come out soon. So that's a key piece for us. It's a 5-year funding program, so it's not indefinite, but it does give us, I think, a really strong sort of jumping off point right now to embark on some work and really define what the region needs and how this group can fit a role that's going to be helpful. The second bullet here is around authorization. So there had been for a few years a draft bill floating around Congress to authorize regional ocean partnerships. And so that was included as part of the National Defense Authorization Act late last year. And what that effectively does is pass into law authorization for the 4 ROPs that, again, I listed on that map as authorized as part of NOAA. There is also language in that bill to allow new regions to be stood up as ROPs. To date, we have not formally heard any other regions pursuing that as of yet formally, but I know NOAA, I think, is hard at work defining exactly how that could happen. And we're excited that other regions may be able to stand themselves up in a similar model of an ROP for their regional needs as well. So West Coast wide, these are the projects that we're focusing on. Again, for time purposes, I'm not going to go into a deep dive on these, but just wanted to highlight some of the key things we're embarking on. Again, this also does not do justice to the amount of work that's happening on these things, as we're really busy, but that again is a good problem to have in terms of the things we're trying to get off the ground. But I'll just provide some highlights. And again, if folks have questions or want to discuss any of these, I'm happy to share or connect offline to tell you more about what we're up to. The first one is a key one. We're going to do a new strategic plan. So I showed that regional vision that's a few years old. Really a key theme for us is to make sure that we're engaging and building around the themes and the needs that our members express, and likewise that we see from coastal stakeholders in the region. And so this 5-year strategic plan, we are hoping to have a consultant on board relatively soon. We'll be embarking on that. We hope it'll take about a year, but we'll really land on a robust strategic plan grounded in what are the regional needs that a group like ours can address. Again, how are we not reinventing wheels or trying to replicate other efforts or activities, but really then strive to address kind of where regionally things like offshore wind, aquaculture, other topics can be engaged around and supported from a group like ours, and what does that really look like in a meaningful way. We've added new staff, and that's an exciting one for me, and I'll mention that again here in a moment because that has a strong Oregon link that I'm really excited about, and I think this group would hopefully be excited about as well. But that's something that's allowed more capacity to grow these projects and support engagement and outreach in a number of ways. We do have funding specific to tribal capacity and support, so that's again a key one, and And not surprising, I think, from our group's perspective, that we really wanted to prioritize the ability for tribal governments to engage and lead our discussions, and also recognize that they're very busy and that the ability to kind of coordinate and participate in these things is often limited. And so we wanted to make sure we could make that as strong a piece of our discussion as possible. We will be starting a new fellowship program this fall. We're going to be working with Oregon Sea Grant. We hope to have 4 or 5 fellows to join us starting in the fall, hopefully for a year or give or take of a fellowship program throughout the West Coast that will link fellows to our member entities, tribal, state, and federal. So something we're really excited about there. Summits, we're hoping to have 3 in-person meetings this year, 1 focused on offshore wind, sort of an all hands alliance meeting that will bring our partners together, likely we think in Portland, Oregon in the fall. And then we're also going to have a tribal summit as well that will allow our tribes to connect with one another and other partners to discuss tribal issues and priorities. We'll be doing some work on aquaculture, kind of starting with an inventory of planned and proposed and existing aquaculture on the West Coast, and potentially evolving into best practices discussion around aquaculture planning. And then we do have work around tribal engagement and sort of training and outreach with state and federal partners to strengthen their work with tribes, and something we've started on. We have a guidance document that came out a few years ago that we're looking to sort of integrate into a broader training approach that we think could benefit a lot of audiences that work with tribes and strengthen the connections there. And then last one listed here is an ocean health dashboard. This is a key one we're channeling through our West Coast Ocean Data Portal partners. Andy's well tuned into this as well, but something we're excited about rolling out even in the next few months, a first round of indicators that are focused on tracking ocean health on the West Coast. So I mentioned staff. I did want to just take a moment to highlight both of whom are on the line here, Margaret Corvey and Bree Goodwin. I think many, if not all of you, know both of these folks. We are really excited to have Margaret and Bree join us, as they both are Oregon-based. Margaret, who you all know from her OPAC link, now is come on as our full-time tribal coordinator. So Margaret's been amazing in jumping in, I think just as of about a month now, really working with West Coast tribes in a number of ways, engaging from their perspectives, what they see a group like ours being helpful with, but really most importantly, understanding what do tribes need, how can we be helpful, what are sort of the regional issues they have in common, but also recognizing the importance of seeing the sovereign government perspectives from tribes on these issues and how they can be better shared with state and federal partners that we work with. So really excited to have Margaret on in that role. Bree Goodwin, again, I think many, if not all of you know, Bree was formerly with Oregon Surfrider. She's fantastic, to say the least, in helping us on a number of fronts with project support. And so between Bree and Margaret, I just wanted to flag that, not surprisingly, this is a very strong Oregon link that we're excited to channel and bring into our work, and use their expertise and extensive experience working with all of you and Oregon stakeholders to make sure Oregon is really coming through loud and clear in terms of our regional discussion. So very excited to have them both on. I did want to flag offshore wind because that is obviously one that's very important for us and very important for everybody. I know this group is tracking this closely as well. Just at a basic level, highlights of what we're doing on wind currently. First and foremost, we're sharing updates, getting information out there. We work closely with BOEM, we work closely with the states. I think it's clear, or it's important to clarify, we're not a task force. BOEM has their model, they have their structures, they have things that they do. They're on all of our calls. They give us updates on how planning is going, what activities and steps are coming up, how things have played out in California, where Oregon may or may not go, what Washington is looking at, et cetera. Again, our group does not have any role in that. We don't decide what BOEM or other partners will or won't do, but we do make it, we hope, very easy for those informational updates to go out, coordinate around what needs regionally are emerging and how we can support those, or make links to those that can better partner on some of these issues. To that end, we have a wind working group. So we have a group of about 20 or so folks, again, federal, state, and tribal partners that come together on a monthly call to talk about just what are these things in a little bit more detail, what needs are emerging around things we can do regionally, how that can be better informing planning and coordination. And again, this is a rapidly evolving landscape, to say the least. And so we're trying to, if nothing else, make sure people understand that, and then try to step back regionally and see how we can share those updates and information from the perspective of federal agencies, of states, and also, really importantly, tribal governments that are tracking wind very closely as well. I mentioned our offshore wind summit. That's planned for late August, and we're hoping in the San Francisco Bay Area. we really see this as an opportunity to convene our members and hear from them what their needs around wind are, how we can better engage more broadly regionally. So a lot of moving pieces there, but something that we're hoping to have as sort of our group is a unique place where we're not coming at it from a pro-wind perspective. We're not anti-wind. You know, that's not our role. Our role is to bring the decision makers together, understand the perspectives and the needs around science, around data, around broader planning, and then how that tracks for the West Coast. And then this last one is, again, a sort of moving target to some extent, but there is a lot of discussion happening around the formation in a formal way of a new West Coast-wide science entity that's focused on offshore wind. This is something that has a few flavors. There's been some federal work through DOE supporting these conversations. There's been a lot of NGO engagement and coordination around offshore wind science. There is also now a bill that some of you may be aware of in the California State Legislature that would formally establish a West Coast-wide science entity to be housed at the California Ocean Protection Council. This is something that California sees as a priority, as they already have leases in place and planning underway that I think, you know, they want to support and potentially fund, which is great. I think we are still wrapping our heads around how a California state bill and entity can support a West Coast-wide partnership. And so I think we're trying to work through that and discuss what does that really look like. I think suffice to say, being a Californian myself, I know we like to be trailblazers and kind of say, you know, we're the best at everything, but I think realistically, there's a recognition the California approach can be a good starting point, but that's not the recipe that Oregon or Washington necessarily needs to follow. And we want to make that partnership a reality in a way that's, you know, useful for everyone and not just California. So I'll leave it at that, but something we're tracking closely. And again, if nothing else, we hope that those updates are shared really easily across the whole coast. And so this is not surprising folks, or if bills get passed or funding gets moved, people are aware of that and tracking what we can do to take advantage of that or really be responsive to that as it comes up. So I'll maybe just try to wrap up through these last slides because I don't want to take up too much more of your time. I just wanted to highlight the data portal and how important an organization and partnership it is for us. I also I think folks are aware of this, but Andy does a lot of work on the portal amongst a very busy plate. And I think we're trying to bring on a new data portal coordinator staff position relatively soon, get some support for some data products moving to take some of this off of Andy's plate. But I just wanted to say this has really been a key partnership for us. And again, I think this group, I'm sure, also agrees, just data is a fundamental piece of any of these conversations, and the portal has been a key piece for that. So again, this is a key goal for us, and I think we'll continue to be, and we're really excited to have the portal continue in that capacity. I would encourage folks, if you do, or if you're aware, I'm sure Andy has probably plugged this in the past, but take a look at the data portal's website. A lot of good resources and data tools there that we're taking advantage of through our group, but also broadly is a great resource for anybody, stakeholder, planner, manager, otherwise, that is looking at ocean data as a key piece of their conversation. I also will just flag, we have a tool out that's the West Coast Blue Pages tool. If folks want to take a look at that, it's bluepages.westcoastoceanalliance.org. Still a little bit in its infancy, but this was something we were excited to launch with the help of EcoTrust group there, mostly based out of Portland, that is launching kind of a coordination element of our group that is identified as a need to link specific areas of the coast to specific contacts at federal, state, and tribal offices that we work with. And so again, if folks want to dig into this or hear more about it, please let me know because I'm happy to share. But basically, the tool has built a map and a list of topics, and we're asking our members to assign themselves kind of where their jurisdictions and or interests are in these sort of geographies as well as issues. And then that becomes a database that's searchable so that somebody, for example, could say, I want to go to this part of the Oregon coast and I need to talk to tribal, state, and federal staff working on ocean dumping, for example. You would be able to search this, get a list populated, and basically be handed kind of a contact list that's up to date and current of sort of where those key links are to staff. Sort of, you know, it's a nuts and bolts tool, but sort of speaks to the broader coordination needs that we've heard from our members about the importance of better linking to different partners and understanding kind of what their roles and responsibilities are and how that can better inform planning and support coordination in a way that's much more efficient than having to dig back through an inbox or look up an old phone number. This tool basically does that for you. That's the vision of it. So just wanted to give you a quick sort of peek at that, fill out, you know, ways of putting information in there, et cetera, et cetera. But with that, I will stop. Here's our website info. My email address is on there. Also, if you'd rather talk to Margaret and Bree, which I'm sure probably a lot of you would, staff@westcoastoceanalliance.org will get to all of us. But above all, thank you so much for the time. Really excited to be here, even remotely. And again, I hope to have a chance to come visit with you all in Oregon again soon in person. But thank you, Andy, for having me, and thank you for the group. Happy to answer questions. And again, please get in touch anytime if you'd like to hear more about what we're up to.
Yeah, thank you, John. I think you've got some questions in the room here. Walter?
Yeah, John, thank you for the presentation, and I'm glad you got some staff. The one thing that I would say is if you're gonna have a summit, you should have it on the coast, not in Portland, not in the valley. Down there on the south coast, there's a lot of people down there really concerned about it. And if you're gonna bring these people making decisions, talk to the stakeholders and bring them down to the area, because there's a lot of misconceptions about whether or not these devices can even be built down there. It'd be nice to just see what actually exists here on the coast, and it's a lot different than San Francisco Bay.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a great point. And a lot of discussion has been happening in our forum as well about the need to bring this out to the coast, engage with stakeholders directly, have the ability to hear from them, and likewise share updates that, oftentimes, if not most times, we ask coastal stakeholders, come to Portland, come to San Francisco, and we recognize that's a difficulty and not really, an equitable way to get out and engage. We grapple with that, and then the ability of sort of travel and all the limits of, how people are able to make it to these meetings. But really a point well taken, and I do think we're trying to explore ways we can get out to the coast and engage on these issues. So I appreciate that, and happy to talk more about how we can help with that.
John, thanks for the presentation. This is Joe with Portland Audubon. I'm really intrigued by the offshore science entity that you were discussing before. It sounds like it's a bit California centric now, but definitely would encourage that West Coast expansion of that idea. And I'm thinking back it's been probably a couple of years almost at this point, where our group and a number of other conservation NGOs submitted comments to BOEM and others, I think the LCD as well, and really push for outside independent scientific review of the offshore wind process, because it seemed to be heavily BOEM scientists, which there are a lot of great scientists, but for BOEM funded projects. And so we really feel there's a need for independent scientific review of these projects before they happen. And so I just wanted to throw that out there, and that there is a lot of interest in Oregon. And I know earlier in this meeting, Karina here at Sea Grant mentioned there's interest that perhaps STAC, which is a committee of OPAC, could be somehow engaged, Science Technical Advisory Group could somehow be engaged in that effort. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah, that's a key point, and one I know a lot of people are giving thought to in terms of really how does the science and data elements of offshore wind get integrated here formally and informally. One thing I didn't include in my slides, but I would just maybe flag for folks that are interested. There's a group on the East Coast that has been stood up. It's been around for maybe a year and a half now. It's called the Regional Wildlife Science Collaborative. It's a mouthful, but if you do RWSC.org, we can maybe put that in the chat. It is basically a group that grew out of the regional ocean partnerships and data portals on the East Coast, so our equivalent, that now is a standalone entity. It's largely driven by federal, state, NGO, and industry. A lot of funding for the group actually is coming from the industry developers on the East Coast that have leases and projects in place or getting started to fund basically, one, the discussion around what are the key science questions, mostly related to wildlife and offshore wind on the East Coast, and then putting funding into actually supporting the monitoring, the science, other pieces like that, that need to happen to better inform planning. And, I think their view is like you just described, kind of from an independent lens, but I know there's also a little bit of baggage attached when you're saying developers are the one funding this, what are they really looking to get out of those kind of science collaboratives and things like that. So, and if you look at that model, they don't include tribal governments. That's obviously a red flag for us on the West Coast. So that's all to say there's a lot of discussion happening about basically a West Coast version of RWSC and what that could look like out here. recognizing governance is different, recognizing perspectives of our stakeholders are different. The technology for the floating turbines out here is different. So a lot of, differences, but fundamentally still some common questions around science. And, we really try to track those developments, share, what East Coast sort of products look like, how they've done things well, what they wish they would have done differently, and help that inform the West Coast conversation. But fully agree that ultimately for our West Coast discussion, I don't think Oregon wants just the California recipe automatically. And I think the same could be said for Washington. And so I think we are really trying to be cognizant of how we can, see things start in the right way, but also not surprise folks, and also share perspectives of other states and coastal stakeholders, of tribal governments, other partners that are all asking a lot of the same questions, but want to do it efficiently so that it's not reinventing wheels or starting without getting the right kind of buy-in at the start. So all really good points.
Karina, do you have a question?
I do. Two-part question. I'm curious, given the efforts on the data portal, what your engagements are or will be with organizations like the IUS, the Ocean Observing Systems, also the efforts going on within states, whether that's, I know it sounds like the portal that stuff feeds in, but there's so many of these efforts. I'm just wondering about your articulation of those. I don't know if you can speak to that. And then I have a follow-up question around your engagement with non-governmental entities, so NGOs, boundary organizations that might be useful to the West Coast kind of organizing capacity.
Yeah, two good questions. Yeah, Andy, can I punt this one to you, the first one?
Yeah, why don't you answer the second one first, and then I will come back to the fourth question.
Perfect. So yes, the second one, in terms of engagement with non-governmental entities, including environmental NGOs, science groups, academics, industry, we partner to the extent that we share updates and try to get information out to those groups. In terms of formal participation as members of our group right now, that is limited to tribal, state, federal partners and representatives. But I think we are trying to strengthen and do more outreach to those other non-governmental groups and think about how we can be hearing from them and sharing updates on what we're doing, and also providing a better connection to all of the decision makers that we have in our group so that they can hear more effectively from non-governmental partners at a regional scale. Largely, that happens, it has happened previously through, for example, our in-person summits. And we try to encourage folks as best we can to be aware of those meetings, to come formally, sit in and provide feedback and input, but also informally be there at those gatherings to build links and, share kind of relationship building opportunities with our members and things like that. Beyond that, I think we're now embarking on a new phase of some of our new funding to try to find if there are, opportunities for, say, project partnerships, or if there are links to things like what our fellows are working on or other areas like that. I think we're all ears on ways to better link to that. And I think, with our strategic plan, that will be a really good opportunity to sort of broaden our engagement and sort of hear from other non-governmental groups about what we can do. I mean, the nice thing, I think, and the benefit of our group is we're pretty flexible. We have kind of a broad suite of issues we focus on, but really we need to hear what the region wants a group like ours to do. And that's not really formally set ahead of time. It's really what the region defines for us. And the strategic plan, I think, will be a great place to do that. And we hope will include a lot of non-governmental partners to help inform the discussions that, again, ultimately will go to our tribal, state, and federal members to decide. But I think will be driven largely by what other partners see as a need and how our group could fit in.
No, thanks. It's helpful.
So I'll touch on the first question, which is the West Coast Ocean Data Portal and how that was kind of originally established. I think it deserves a much longer conversation than I think we have time for today. But what I would offer is a presentation at a future meeting, because I think there are some really important nexus points between what we want to accomplish with the West Coast Ocean Data Portal on projects associated with the Ocean Health Dashboard as an example, or with just collaboratively sharing and providing links to important ocean management related data resources. That is something I think is right for a conversation. just to give a very, very high level background, when we were first established as a regional ocean data portal, we were tasked with not duplicating the function of other data providing entities across the West Coast. And that meant a couple of things to us. It meant that we were basically a boundary organization that sits above all of the other providers across the West Coast and serves to technologically connect them through the capacity of sharing metadata records via catalogs or publicly accessible folders, as well as the data that we share on the West Coast Ocean Data Portal is all provided by web map services directly from the entities that have produced those information resources. Right, so we partner closely with the ICE regional associations. So there's 3 across the West Coast. Our local flavor is NANUS, the Northwest Association of Network Ocean Observing Systems. California has 2. They have SENCUS and SCUS. And we have worked with them on specific data projects to date. Specifically, the data portal has worked on 3 pilot ocean health indicators. To date, that has included 1 on ocean acidification, 1 on beach water quality, and the other on kelp. And we are trying to work through as a group what data exists that can inform us about those topics, how we can analyze that data to provide a qualitative understanding of what healthy means from the perspective of data. You might imagine it's a lot easier to understand beach water quality health as a coli standard that's already established in law than it is to establish a kelp data standard when it's really hard to understand kelp change in terms of extent across years. How do you define what's healthy in that regard? And so the whole goal of an ocean health dashboard was to have conversation among the region, across the region, as to what are those important metrics that we want to know about and be able to communicate about. What data exists or doesn't exist. So what can the information we currently have available tell us about the ocean and how healthy it is? And third is, can we present that information back to stakeholders, decision makers, so that there's an understanding across the region about the challenges that we face. So the idea is to pull in all those entities across the coast who are producing or have data in the stores that's related to the thematic focus, and then to build on that. And so one of the things that we want to do for the state of Oregon is actually to apply for one of these fellows to help with the Oregon piece of that data organization, because the regional ocean data portal is only going to be so good as the providers within each state that are organized and pushing data up to the regional level. So that's our idea. We have a couple of ongoing topics of interest. The Oregon Ocean Science Trust is interested in looking at a North Oregon Ocean Data Hub for some of the data that
That's my question, right? Like
Yeah.
all the, not to interrupt, but like there are so many efforts going on, and I'm not trying to be disruptive, but I just don't want it to be duplicative, and I'm on, obviously, Oregon Ocean Science Trust, and I'm trying to think like, okay, do we need to be doing this if another I'm just asking, right? Like how many entities need to be working on this to pull data sets together? And if SENCUS and NANUS is already serving up those data, are you all reserving it? Are we directing them back? I just a really fundamental efficiency of time and resources, yeah. So I think it's a bigger question, I agree, but there's a lot of efforts going on this. I do see value in it, but I see some redundancy too that seems counterproductive.
Well, I think there has to be some redundancy, because I think that we have to have an internally focused look at the information we're providing to our ocean stakeholders and resource users. And that means that we want to have information that we collect and produce as a result of projects available for other use by other entities who may find that information valuable. But there's a very specific focus to the USES in the near real-time ocean data versus the kind of data portal Ocean Planning Committee, which is their focus, which is really more like a synthesis products and products across assessments. So I think of those as very different flavors of the same kind of thing. But the OOSs have really been focused much more on the near real-time observations. Whereas the planners, the managers have been focused on the data synthesis products, and providing a linkage between the two is important, but they are separate universes. So the idea is that somebody would come in and help us to look at our Oregon specific data so that we can organize that. Think about, having that be a collection of a catalog that is then technologically reproduced in the West Coast Ocean Data Portal so that you can find that catalog and access those same resources, either at the regional scale or at the state scale.
That's super helpful. I think it's really good to communicate outward about those distinctions, because otherwise I just think we end up with a little bit of confusion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I propose we consider an agenda in the future on that exact topic. Because it sounds like there's a lot to discuss there that would be relevant to other work coming to us in the state. John, thank you so much. And I think it was already said in the chat, but congratulations on your new staff. We're very excited that you have some Oregonians that many of us know and have worked very well with. So thank you again for coming and keeping us updated, and hope to hear more from you soon.
Likewise. Thank you for having me. Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, we are back to part 4. So I am gonna turn it over to Marcus, who has some slides, I think, to work us through a couple considerations for us, and throughout this, really looking for some OPAC feedback to take back to the working group as we move forward. We are scheduled for about another hour and 40 minutes in this meeting with a break in there, and a little bit of other business to do. So want just everyone to be mindful of time. We will probably shorten our afternoon break to make sure that we can cover as much as possible here. So Marcus.
Hi, everybody. Oh, thank you very much, Tara. Hi, everybody again. I just wanted to bring up a couple of things that that were brought up in the working group. The working group reached consensus on most points. There were a few outstanding issues, and I wanted to kind of bring them up here so that you could deliberate about them. And also, there's about 7 of them, and then I wanted to also, maybe in a little while, maybe now, allow you, since you've had a chance to look over the draft amendments, to bring up any concerns you may have as well. So we'll start with the first point. And so there's a potential change. This is a requirement that is in the draft amendments right now. Anything that's highlighted in yellow would be a change, a potential change to be made to the document. This was flagged by several folks. This was flagged by our federal consistency person. I may call on Jeff to kind of talk some background on this if he's on the line. I think he is. Talk some background on why this written evidence is an issue.
Can you provide the page number and the text, a little bit of context for where this is?
Yeah, sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, this is in the policy section. I don't have it pulled up in front of me. I don't know if you can look at it, Andy, since you're not sharing your screen. It's in the policy section, and it's a numbered list in the policy section, right towards the beginning of it. There were some issues with federal consistency potentially with this, as well as it was kind of flagged as being very, very broad as to requiring written evidence from and what that would look like when it comes to other affected ocean users. So that's the first point, and I don't know if you'd like to take a moment to talk about that before we move on to the next. Are there any questions concerning this?
Sorry, Fran.
So, I'm concerned about, it being removed entirely. Is there something that could be done to, keep the concept about conflict avoidance, minimization, and mitigation without getting rid of it in its entirety? And still be consistent?
So within the implementation requirements, there is a section on communication and coordination a little bit below implementation requirements. And that does require this communication and coordination for conflict avoidance, minimization, and mitigation. So it's still required within the document. The verbiage in that section may need to change as well with the state agreements. And the suggested change, which I'll show you here in a bit, is written evidence, just requiring written evidence of conflict avoidance as opposed to written agreements. If I understand the problem, and correct me if I'm wrong, Jeff or Chris from NOAA, the problem comes with the state potentially delegating its authority to private individuals. I don't know if you want to say more on that, Jeff.
Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, you're coming through, Jeff, but I think our connection is a little tenuous at the moment. I'm not sure why.
Okay. Yeah, I was also losing Marcus there. Hi, everybody. My name is Jeff Burright. I'm the Federal Consistency Coordinator in the Coastal Management Program. And I'll just say that Marcus has it right, as I understand it, that there is, it would be difficult to get this approved as an enforceable policy of our coastal program if it were to be perceived that the state is giving away its authority to make the final decision on whether the proposed action is consistent with state policies. And so there was some language that we've thought of for when we get to the cable burial section, where if you want to say that it remains, that decisions remain dependent on a state making findings, that's fine. But you may be able to add in some language saying state findings may be based on written agreements between affected ocean users. That's not making it a restrictive policy per se. It's just really offering guidance that this is one way or one source of information that a state may use when making a decision.
Does that answer, Fran? Yeah, I try to explain to the no level more if you want, but no, I understand it better. So it was really regarding that last phrase, agreements between ocean users, rather than written evidence of conflict avoidance, minimization, and mitigation of impacts, for example. It's the idea of the agreements between ocean users, like fishermen. Part of it, for sure. It's not legally the state can sort of delegate their decision making to the requiring written agreements amongst people outside the state. They can use it as evidence, but they can't require those written agreements to be able to make it. At least from applying it to the federal level.
And I think one of the other reasons that this is being proposed to be stricken from this section in particular is that it's duplicative of other sections. There are other sections that talk explicitly about communication and coordination and providing written evidence of conflict avoidance, that it's not really necessary for it to be also in this section when there was already issues with it.
And I would direct your attention to page 15, number 5. As the place where that is most clearly described.
So I'm calling on myself. And I wanted to make sure, based on this feedback, that language under number 5, page 15, that we've directed everybody to would also be acceptable study.
And this falls in the category, I have never seen this full document until today. So I've only seen the excerpts, and that was not one of them, so I can't say that.
Understood. So flagging this as something we need to further discuss. So this is, I think, a very important piece, from users' perspective, so.
From a NOAA perspective, and what we'll really focus on is it comes down to which policies or which pieces in here meet the standard of policy, where you actually be able to apply it in regulatory context, and therefore use it ultimately for federal consistency review in the state as well. So whichever sections rise to that level is where we will happily focus on it. And let me go through our concerns to help make suggestions if needed.
Yeah, Steve.
And that's one I flagged as well, and I think it's a matter of recasting it as saying something along the lines of. DSL may consider written agreements between as evidence, rather than saying it's requirements. That gets it out of the guys delegating to other parties. The ability of DSL to issue for authorization.
Okay, duly noted, and we will flag that for working group and NOAA and further consideration. Marcus, we want to move on to the next.
Excellent. I'll move on to the next potential change, if I can get my PowerPoint to work. Here we are. So the next one is to add in our list of objectives. This is in section 1.3, objectives towards the beginning of the document. I don't know the page number off the top of my head, but it would be to add an objective H to keep Oregon a viable place to land submarine telecommunication cables.
So this would be inserted after G on page 3, ahead of the background section for those following along.
So there was a bit of back and forth in the working group as to whether this fit in the objectives with the goals as stated. There was some language changes to this, but that happened after our last working group meeting as a suggested kind of compromise. And so this is the compromise, and it'll be something that we bring back to the working group. It has slightly different language than it did before. Before it had just submarine cables, and we wanted to call out specifically for telecommunications cables because it may not be the case when it comes to power cables. There were a couple of other changes to it, but this is the compromised version.
Would just also note that in discussion in the working group that these objectives are not, you're not, no one objective outweighs the other. So it's, this objective would be in the context of also maintaining and protecting marine ecosystems, etc. So just noting that.
Are there any comments on this?
From Jamie. Jamie, do you want to speak to your chat there?
Sure. I'm just thinking if we do a good job with TSP4 as a document, then the intent of H would follow suit. So I don't think it's necessary.
David,
Yeah, thank you. I do think that is a necessary addition to this, and I would like to make it A rather than H.
Any other thoughts or comments on potential change that we can bring back to the working group in discussion? Yes, well, we will be discussing these items with the working group. Sorry, I'm responding to a chat from Laurel asking if the working group will discuss all of these changes. And yes, that is our intent. We ran out of time in the working group to get to full consensus on all these changes. So would want to make sure that the working group saw all these, hence not coming to final action today at OPAC, and really wanting, given the time we do have under the House bill, making sure that we bring OPAC a fully, as fully baked a document as we can in the fall. Marcus, why don't we move to the next potential change? People are. Oh, I'm sorry.
Don't want to be too semantic here, but I always have trouble with statements to talk about viability. I think that's fairly subjective. So I would recommend some other term than a viable place. Maybe something that says develop Oregon policy that sustained or maintained no communication cable or something like that. That's just a semantic thing, but I always have trouble with viability.
Yeah, I appreciate that comment, and it was admittedly me that had trouble with this objective because it actually had desirable in there before, which I also think is highly subjective. So if we look at G and some of the language there about continuing current and promote future compatible use, we might be able to think of some language that worked along those lines for H as well. That wouldn't be subjective. Think about. And if you have any proposed options for that, welcome it. Fran and then Joe.
So it doesn't say that the objectives are not in any particular order of priority, I don't think. It might be good to add that. You might see it somewhere. Except that the whole goal requires renewable natural resources over non-renewable. So in that sense, A is the highest priority with the rest in no particular order probably.
I'm thinking that's a suggestion that the working group can discuss and come back to you with a recommendation on that.
Yeah, regarding objective H, I tend to agree with Jamie that if this whole chapter is about policy around laying cable in Oregon state waters, it seems kind of a redundant to have it policy H, but I want to hear from Commissioner Yamamoto why he feels it's so important, even to be placed up ahead of everything else.
Well, I think it's a good addition. The comment was made, maybe it shouldn't be a part of these objectives. That's why I said, well, I think undersea cables, when you look at the world today and what's happening, communications and internet, et cetera, are extremely important. And we're not talking here about electrical cables. We are talking about telecommunications cables. Every day that goes by, telecommunication gets more and more important in this fast-paced world that we live in. And I don't think Oregon, being one of three coastal areas, states in the United States on the West Coast, should really look at this as being inconsequential. This is very consequential. And Oregon right now is one of the leaders in bringing telecommunications cables across the Pacific. And I would think that we would want to keep it that way, especially with our high-tech areas in the Hillsborough area, going into Eugene, et cetera. I think it's just vital that we continue to support these.
Seeing no more comments or discussion, I agree with Andy that this would be one, again, for the working group to take back. Rethink the term viable and rethink the structure of these. Is that sufficient for OPAC feedback on this? Okay. Number 3.
Thank you,
Or-
Tara. Sorry. I just want to be clear that it's still fairly tough to hear everybody in the room, so I'm trying to catch it all. But I'm assuming that is being caught somehow there in the room itself. I will move on to number 3 though. So the potential change.
Marcus, also just, I'm taking notes as best I can as well.
Excellent, perfect, thank you. So this other potential change, there's 2 in section 4.3, and they're linked together. It would be striking out the phrase waived by DSL of in the inventory content section, and then adding a sentence in section 4.3, DSL upon consultation with the state agencies identified in 4.2.1, which are members of the JART, may waive any part of this section determined to be unnecessary for evaluating the project under the policies, goals, and objectives of Part 4. This is what Scott McMullen was talking about earlier in his public comment, making it to where known uses where DSL has a lot of experience with it, they may say this specific part of the inventory is not necessary, or for ocean outfalls or for telecommunications cables or something like that. So that's the proposed change. And this is under the implementation requirements section, section 4, but specifically section 4.3.
Any discussion on this change? Yes, Walter.
No, I think it makes sense. If DSL is able to do this, it makes sense. Make the process a little bit easier to go through. If it's not, or like Scott said before, if it's something that they've done in the past, I can see any problems. Yeah, get all that.
Like,
Thanks, Tara. I couldn't hear what was just said, but I did want to raise, in the working group, we had a discussion about whether DSL has the authority to waive these requirements in the application process. And so I believe Steve Shipsey from DOJ will be reviewing that when it comes up. It is somewhat borrowed language from Part 5, if I remember correctly, where similar language was used, but we did. I just wanted to make note of that we had. That was one of our concerns.
Thank you, Blake. We did note that and we'll make sure that DOJ reviews this language specifically. And it's correct that at least the part we would be striking below was taken from part 5. So at some point, DSL has been authorized to waive requirements of the TSP, but would appreciate DOJ guidance on that moving forward. And I see Joe.
Yeah, I just want to get some clarity on the subjectivity or trying to make this as less subjective as possible. Because it says if it's deemed unnecessary, that's by looking at the policies, goals, and objectives in part 4. So as long as it adheres to those policies, goals, and objectives, then I just think there needs to be some stronger language in there about, the word unnecessary is a bit uncomfortable for me, because it just seems very subjective. That if an individual from DSL, from bid agency, I just need to know what criteria are used to waive an evaluation. So maybe I'm not in conflict with the amendment in general, but just I guess need to see a bit more clarity on how that will be deemed unnecessary.
So if I may, in section 4.2.2, JARC roles and responsibilities. The first bullet there indicates that it will coordinate with DSL, comment on the adequacy of the resource inventories and effects evaluations as required under section 4.3. So DSL would get the benefit of the brain power and the perspective of the agency and local governments and other participants of the JARC as to the sufficiency of the information that is being supplied to DSL to make that decision. So that's the place where you would find that additional context. Okay. Yeah, Laurel, I think your point is an important one, and you go ahead and voice that, Laura.
Sorry, Andy, you want me to say it out loud? I couldn't hear
Yes,
you.
not everyone can read the chat messages in the room.
Okay, yes, sorry. I'm just pointing out again, I mentioned it several times in the working group that we define cables as being inclusive of all types of cables, whether they're fiber optic or not. So I thought that was going to be changed, but I mean, I thought that was the discussion in the working groups. That was my point. It hasn't been changed to be specific to fiber optic if that was the intent of the working group.
To clarify, Laurel, are you addressing the last sentence of 4.3.4?
That is what I believe we discussed, but there were other sections where it says cables and our discussions were surrounding fiber optic cables. So just generally that the definition for undersea cables includes all types of cables in the definition section. So
Yeah.
anywhere where it says undersea cables and our discussions were about one type of cable, that's just my point. I made it in the working group multiple times.
Yes, and noted, we will make sure in the working group and the next draft that we are clear anytime we say cables, whether we're being general about cables or just talking about fiber optic telecommunications cables. And this also goes to Richard's point earlier.
So in order to change, oh, sorry. I can't tell if I'm interrupting somebody or not. In order to change section 4.3.4 to conform to what Laurel was just stating, we would need to, in the sentence that says the resource and use inventory and effects evaluation listed below apply to all, we would need to say all proposed power cables and then have the sentence stay the same way that it is. and then change the last sentence to say undersea telecommunications cables. Is that correct, Laurel? Just making sure that we get that captured in this section.
I think that we should just discuss it as a working group, because I'm not saying I have an opinion either way, just that when we discussed it last time, the definition includes all types of cables, regardless of whether they're power or fiber optic or whatever. So if that's the intent of the working group or OPAC, we should, carry that forth in the language throughout the document. That's my point, not whether or not. It's not my opinion, just clarifying that was a discussion and it has not been remedied in the text so far.
Thank you, Laurel.
Is there a definition section that I'm missing? Sorry, well, you keep referring to definitions, I'm not finding it. Can someone point me there?
Yeah, Chris, there is a glossary there.
Appendix A,
Thank you.
that'd be on 15.
Andy.
I do want to, there's a complexity because fiber optic cables do have power that helps to boost the signal within them. They're not a utility power cable, but they do carry power. So I think the working group is going to need to tease out that distinction as we define telecommunication cables and power cables. Because it's not a clear boundary, right? For the signal of light to get passed across the world's ocean seafloor, they have to boost the power at a distance of 50 to 75 kilometers, so that the signal carries the same speed. And I'm not as familiar with how much power is in those repeaters and or the cables, but just to make that note that as a working group, we will need to be careful about that definition.
So to summarize, oh, no,
Well, I'm sorry, that was,
okay. So to summarize, what I'm hearing is some request for some more sideboards around what would be deemed unnecessary, have a little bit more sideboards around this waiver. And then we need to better define what we mean by cables in terms of telecommunications versus fiber optic, which do carry power. So, okay. Any more comment on this proposed change? We'll take this back to the working group.
Yes, this is Commissioner Bob Main. I would agree with Marcus that there should be a distinction between a power generating cable and a telecommunications cable. Thank you.
Thank you. Marcus, I think we're ready for the next change.
All right, so this is under 4.7.1, which talks about the decommissioning of undersea cables. Most of this section is directly from House Bill 2603. There was talk about adding E to this list, which is if any portion of a cable is proposed to be left in place, the owner or operator shall submit an environmental impact assessment demonstrating the level of damage to the environment caused by cable removal. Because we learned with the best practices study that there has been some study on the effects of removing cables versus leaving cables in situ and decommissioning in place. And in some circumstances, decommissioning in place and leaving the cable buried causes less damage than removing the cable. And so if that is to happen in the future, we would want to have some kind of assessment done to show the amount of damage that would be caused by cable removal and that it is less than leaving it in place.
I have no issue with that conceptually, but maybe it's just with my fed brain, but when you said environmental impact assessment, I immediately went to what that is as defined under NEPA.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if that was intended or not, but I don't think you can require the trigger of that for the state action here. So maybe just the terminology or clarifying that it's not that if you could only be me who tripped up there, so it's a thought.
You could certainly turn that around by just saying septic environmental.
I can't.
You can turn that around by saying it's septic environmental. The same thing, it just doesn't trigger the same thing that triggered in my mind, I thought, holy smokes. That's a heavy lift.
I think that's a good suggestion for third eye with that potential language change, Scott.
Yeah, for ODFW's part, it's like a little more time for this one to understand the impact. We'd like to have some, like, coordinate with other agencies and discuss this internally a little bit more. You know, 100% ready for that one, before we have that conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. We, and Delia's been putting on the working group and absolutely, make sure agencies have time to review this before we take final action.
Yeah, we're just concerned about how that might relate to existing policy, so just want to clear that up.
Understood. Any other comments on this one or thoughts? Marcus, let's move on to the next one. There will be time for more discussion and we want to get thoughts on the full draft from any other ones. We just wanted to make sure these were brought to OPAC today. As potential changes the working group would be considering.
So this potential change was brought forth by Jeff Burright. This is what he was talking about with the burial section. He had sent this section as written to NOAA and got some feedback on it. And the proposed change is in yellow on the right-hand side, the originals on the left. You could take a moment to read through that. But this would be a potential change that would be brought forward to the working group and then to OPAC.
And I'll just say, that's Jeff wants to weigh in, that the main point behind the change, again, to remove the language where there would be some legal requirement for written agreement outside of an agency decision in order to make a decision. And that was, this is one of the few policies we did able to get advance, and that's just because we'll never be able to approve that. So Jeff worked quickly to come up with some suggested language, and what's there in 4.51, that one would be ultimately with that. And I think still gets to the base of what we're trying to achieve with that policy.
So what's missing is that specificity in 4.5.1.2 about a depth of 1,500 meters of latitude, longitude, amplitude. So that can you clarify, please, why that specificity was changed and
I can, so in general, the entire section that refers to federal waters needs to be removed. The states don't have authority to regulate federal waters. Now, I don't know if the specificity about that could be worked into the prior one, the state waters if you wanted to. I haven't heard of what the soils. I don't know what the goal was with that specific thing, but in general, there's no authority to write a policy specifically for federal waters that need to be removed.
if I may respond to that, that language was in the original version of part 4. And there, I think, may have been a carve out for no when they approved part 4 originally that said approved except for that section. But the perspective of enforceable policies has changed over time, and so certainly I think having that 4.5.1.2 currently in there would certainly not qualify as an enforceable policy. Hence the suggested language change to just specify a policy for within state waters. And if there were reasonably foreseeable adverse effects in state waters of action outside of state waters, then the state could apply that standard if it was deemed enforceable.
Yes, that's how it works. So there's part of the federal consistency authority which allows the state to apply approvable state policies in federal water under certain circumstances. You just can't write a policy specifically for federal water. So it's confusing in between, but that's right. In the end, just as a side note, we still need to revisit 4.5.1.2 there. But we can do more on that later.
Right.
Can I ask Andy a question based on your last comment? There's nothing in 4.5.1.1 that relates to, or from 1.2 that relates to back to what you said about if there's impact on federal waters from, state waters from federal actions. I mean, that's in general, the federal consistency, but there's no reference to that in this language here.
I would defer to my colleague to the right to say that I think there's an art form to establishing a legal policy that can then be applied to an area outside of the state's jurisdiction.
Of course, but yeah, we'll work on that. My recollection is that no, it did have a card also this language that we were trying to carry over from the previous part 4, and we'll work on it to get something that can address coastal effects within the territories and learn from activities that may occur adjacent to the territories.
And I'll just add, you don't need to write it, and you shouldn't write it in the state law to build a title for the authority to apply state policies to federal actions comes from the federal law that local zoning engineering. So you don't need to explicitly say, and really you shouldn't. That is an authority that comes from a separate federal law. But I think knowing how to use that law and how to write policies that will allow you to extend it is what it is. And that's fine. And that's where we can help say what can be applicable or not.
I did see a couple comments come through the chat, and one was flagging something specifically for DOJ reviews. Want to make sure we get that on the record here. Laurel, do you want to speak to that, or we could? It's a little hard to read the meeting chat in here. Apologies for those online.
Just flagging that the ocean shore is, this language starts at the edge of the ocean shore. And I just wanted to make sure that somebody was looking at it with the eye of, the requirement that we have in our rules for burial within the ocean shore, that wouldn't be impacted anyway by this language, since it doesn't speak to that portion of the territorial sea that is inland of extreme low water, since that description starts at the ocean shore boundary. Does that make sense?
I think Laurel in 4.5.1.1, be careful to use the language from whereas 396.052 about where the shore state recreation starts. So yeah, we'll definitely work with that.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands or cards up at this time on this one. I think we have some good guidance for the working group with some input from DOJ. And NOAA on this piece. Sounds like the new 4.5.1.2 might also need some changes based on that written evidence piece that we already discussed. So we'll bring this back to the working group, do some wordsmithing, get some more guidance, and hopefully bring back something to OPAC in September. Any other guidance? Fran?
Are you opening up the whole document for comment at this point?
I think we have one more or two more potential changes that are, we can, I think it's, let's get through these 7 changes, and then yes, we absolutely want feedback and guidance from OPAC for the work group. Marcus, next one, please.
All right, so this next one is kind of an attempt at a rewrite of section 5, because this is the section that talks about written agreements. And so the change would be in yellow below from the one that's not highlighted above.
In reading this, I'm not sure if it addresses the problem, but we defer to our colleagues at NOAA. And perhaps this is one we can have NOAA review and bring back to the working group.
I'm happy to have them review this. And again, it's really gonna come down to which of these are for state policy and state implementation of the plan versus which meet the federal standards for policy that we use in federal consistency. So it's highly likely and possible that you're going to have some things in the broader plan that make sense for the state and you want to have for the state that don't meet our standards, and that's fine. If you need it to meet our standards, then we need to help you figure out how to adjust it. So I think Jeff, if you're still on, knowing which of these might rise to that enforceable policy standard that we should really focus our attention on. We will look at the thing in its entirety as well for potential conflict, but that's where we can focus. So if there's things you want to leave in here from state perspective, but it's not one you need from municipal policy, that's fine.
Thank you. That's great clarification, and we'll have that discussion with the working group, which one of these we'd like this to be. All right, next change, Marcus.
All right, and so this is the last one, and this is throughout the document. So throughout part 4, the phrase within or affecting the territorial sea is used. This was changed from within or directly affecting the territorial sea, with most members of the working group in agreement with the change of removing directly. The reasoning behind this was, once again, due to federal consistency, which allows for reasonably foreseeable effects that are direct, indirect, or cumulative. And it was kind of flagged by Jeff that having directly in there may limit the state in its federal consistency powers. And so I wanted to bring that up, and Jeff can talk more on it, and maybe Chris, as to whether that is necessary or not.
Thank you. I can add a few words. Jeff here again. Under federal consistency, we are allowed to review a project if it meets that threshold consideration of an effect, a reasonably foreseeable effect. And as Marcus said, that can be direct, indirect, or cumulative. But then the next, I guess, threshold to get through is, okay, you've identified an effect. Do you have a policy that is associated with that effect? And if that is the case, then you can review the action against that policy. So it really is up to OPAC whether you want to have a policy that fits the entire scope of what we can review, or if you want to limit yourselves to only a certain type of effect that you want these policies to apply to.
Any questions or thoughts or feedback on this one?
I frankly don't understand what you just said.
So, so
idea is to make it as broad as allowable, and coastal zone management actually the biggest potential range of things that could be included under the CZMA. And the concern is using the word direct effect, limits it more necessary, because we might be inadvertently saying we're not concerned about cumulative effects or indirect effects. So the idea would be to go beyond.
Keep it broad.
Yeah.
is that the general consensus of OPAC to keep this broader? Yes. So that we can have broader policies, okay. We will bring that back to the working group as guidance from OPAC. Those were the main changes. Marcus, unless there's anything else from you, I'm gonna open the floor to OPAC discussion at this point, and I see Richard already has his hand up, and I know Fran has some comments as well.
I would just ask Steve a question. There's a statement made about written evidence. Is there a trigger for that as opposed to the documentation? Unless we describe what we consider evidence in our glossary, and I'm not seeing that term defined. I don't think so, but I'll note that and look at that question.
Fran,
Thank you. I have two things I wanted to bring up. The first is on page 8. At the top will be 4.2.15. And I'm just I'm thinking at 5, it says state and local organizations and advisory committees as invited to participate in the DART application. What isn't invited that wants to be? For example, a fishing group or a conservation group or any group. Is there a process to request invitation or to petition to be included in that? Or can there be? So that's one question.
I will just respond that the working group did not discuss such a process, but I don't know that anything would foreclose such a petition process, so it's something we keep bring to the working group. Andy, I don't know. Thank you.
I am wanting to get the pulse of my DSL colleagues to know what their approach might be. If somebody reached out to DSL and asked to be, I guess I'm not sure what that process is. To date, we have not actually had to stand up a JART because it has not been a renewable energy project. So I think this is all new, and we'd love to get Blake's perspective on this.
Thank you, Andy. I don't know if I caught everything, but I think the general question is whether or not we've done a JART under Part 5. And we have not, to the best of my ability that I know, we've not received an application under Division 140 rules. And so we have not implemented that portion of the territorial sea plan before. So unless if there's something else that you were asking, I may have missed that. So let me know.
Yeah, the question was if there was a representative of a local organization or another advisory committee who had not been invited but would like to be invited, what is the mechanism? Do we want to put something in writing that describes the role and the participant of the JART that would give a process direction for how that might happen?
Yeah, I mean, that is not something that we've really talked about. So I don't want to go out on a limb. I'd like to, ask what that, my counterparts at DSL, what their opinions are of that. I've never received, a request to be on a JART and somebody not, get in. So we've never had that issue before, mainly because we've never implemented a JART process. So I don't know what that would look like.
Well, maybe we could get your perspective the next time the working group meets or ahead of the working group meeting so that we can get some guidance about your agency's thoughts on that, since you would be the one establishing the chart.
Yeah, absolutely happy to do that.
Fran, I know you have one more, but we are due for a break. I'm going to say we cut it quite short. If everyone's okay with that, we're only scheduled to 3 here, but I could use a quick break. How about 2:15? We all come back, and Fran can start off with Fran's comment. And we have a little bit more business. If you can, in the next few minutes, look at our summary from our last meeting, and we'll take that up as well. End of this week. we go right towards it. OPAC, coming back, table. Yeah, gavel.
I just wanted to.
Okay, we're back. And Fran was up on part two of her comments.
Okay, part two of my comments. This is important.
I just know that I need this for.
4.7. So I'm wondering, so the 4.7.1 section is very well fleshed out for undersea cables. In terms of a decommissioning plan and to follow the process, but I'm thinking we should parallel that with all sorts of infrastructure, because infrastructure has a much broader definition than just cables, such as pipelines. So I'm wondering, and again, the default maybe should be required to be removed unless you know, that the same proof is showing that it might be more damaging. And it should require the decommissioning plan be followed, the process and plan be followed as the same process as is in 4.71 for undersea cable. So it seemed to me that, you know, this group was really focused on undersea cables, but that we didn't parallel that same requirement for decommissioning and planning and the process for all the other types of infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. I think that's a great suggestion and something we could take back to the working group for more specificity on decommissioning of infrastructure other than cables. So I think that's a good comment. Yeah, and the only comment I would make is that this part that was laid out was in the House bill, which is why it was so specifically defined, but that doesn't mean that it shouldn't also apply to other infrastructure, so point taken.
And then finally, I don't remember what section it is in, but about like corridors. I really like that idea that the work done be done up front. It's more burdensome, but the idea that the agencies would define the appropriate corridors, just like, you know, the boundary information that we have and maybe the resource information. We try to avoid as much as possible people just coming in with a new route that hasn't really been fully vetted. And I mean, it would take a lot more time for agencies to review and the applicants. So I think it would behoove us all to have upfront planning for where, you know, there'll be corridors that would be appropriate. And maybe the same thing with you know, enlarging the conduits where they come up on the coast. So individual jurisdictions or where they come on shore, oversizing things. So local land use decision makers don't have to deal with a really complex issue, which is in one area. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. And for those looking for that language, it's on page 13 under 4.4 routing and landing. And it's sort of in the middle of that large chunky paragraph. It's the language Fran was referencing.
Oh, thank you.
Joe?
Yeah, I have two questions. One is building off of Fran and the presentation by Big Abby before. Is there going to be how will it work to incorporate that biotic piece into figuring out how to route cables into corridors? It sounds like a good idea to have corridors that are going to have a minimum impact to anything, fisheries, wildlife, whatever. But, you know, I'm thinking about things like you know, I don't know what kind of maintenance is required on these cables, but if there's a cable that's laying right next to our Oregon Islands National Wildlife Refuge, where we have thousands of nesting birds during the spring, I mean, it would be nice to have a buffer there considered. So are these going to be decisions by the JARC, or do we need to have more detail in the plan around those kind of decisions?
I see Andy contemplating an answer.
Yeah, the first is some context that I would give for the discussion around corridors. One of the things we heard very clearly from industry as a part of our work group discussion was that redundancy in pathways was really important to them. And as such, not having all of their assets come through a narrow infrastructure space is a kind of against that broad strategy. They want to have potentially multiple routes that could be used to basically stream data. Because, and if you have a fault, like if you have an accident or a snag for some reason, and you break one section of the cable companies will very quickly then reroute along the other pathways in their network. The other element to cable corridors itself is the maintenance requirements of cable ships. And having enough separation between cables that are on the seafloor so that when one entity is conducting maintenance, and generally that would happen very often unless there is a breakage or it's a speed delay that's caused somehow. So that's the other industry related concern, at least from the fiber optic telecommunications perspective. And the guidance that's given in the best practice document is you want to have about 3 times the water depth for the ship to be over the position of the cable from a buffering perspective. So you could still try and promote cables come in through corridors, and I think that we are kind of naturally having that occur because there are only so many soft sediment channels in parts of the offshore outer continental shelf that there is a natural tendency that if you need to get through a specific part of the shelf, you are going to be going through the soft sediment channels in between those other high relief rocky habitats. So I think there is some natural coincidence of cables on the seafloor, but we did hear a potential challenge to trying to create those corridors and require companies to use them.
Well, it's good to hear that the companies want to have corridors for, and also there's natural geographic structures to make that possible. But at the same time, it seems like there needs to be a mechanism that's clearly stated in the plan of how those kind of issues can be resolved when they come up. Because when I looked at the best practices document too, you can see the graph for bar chart of telecommunications cables, and it just increased dramatically, like exponentially. And so those kinds of repairs and things could also increase exponentially, and there needs to be some kind of mechanism there. I mean, maybe it's just more language in the JARC or something of like they're going to have the responsibility to reconcile any environmental or fishery conflict that could happen. I don't know what the exact language is, but it just seems like there needs to be some more of a mechanism there. They're just trusting that the businesses are going to be good about making corridors. So I'll just say that maybe the word would come.
Yeah, I can't speak to the specific decision the company would make when they're planning of the route of the cable that comes to shore. There are so many factors that come into play. Even factors that are on shore, so where do they have a strong backhaul network that's on land that they need to connect to, as one example. And certainly the, I think, distance from islands and rocky reefs is something that they would want to naturally have because they want to bury the cable anyways, and the cable ships are quite large. So I would assume they want to keep as much distance between rocky islands or rock outcrops in their boat as possible. But I don't know that that's guidance that is necessary. But certainly I think when we are evaluating the routing of cables, we will want to look at the coincidence of important natural resources and or human use, be that fishery areas of importance as well. So we certainly want to look at that stuff when cables are being planned.
All right, and just the other question I had was under section 4.3.5, under the written evaluation, it says applicant shall submit a written evaluation of the reasonably foreseeable adverse effects associated with this project, blah, blah, blah. So that assumes that the applicant has expertise in determining adverse effects. There's a need, it seems like there needs to be more specific language that the applicants would have the resources or would be able to work with or hire a expert to, help write up that evaluation, because I wouldn't assume every applicant would have that expertise to do that.
Well, I certainly think that these companies do hire experts in marine ecology and routing, and they do have oftentimes fishermen on board to help them avoid rocky reefs. And this component specifically was in addition to this part of the plan, because it was not required previously, and often when our agency would get notice that our federal consistency decision was required, we would have to look at multiple pieces of evidence. Often that would be in the form of their joint permit application or the other agreements that existed. So this was, a requirement that was included in part 2 of the territorial sea plan when we specifically didn't know what the application was going to be about, and it was to help state agencies understand the potential universe of impacts that would be associated with that proposed new use. And having that analysis is really important for all of the agencies who may or may not have the technical expertise to understand those things. Or say you get somebody new in a position, who's not as well versed in marine imagery and geology, you want to have a lay person's description of what the proposed action is going to be relative to the state's recognized resources and uses that are protected under Goal 19 and stated in the territorial sea plan, right? So that was a really important part of the addition to this chapter of the territorial sea plan, because that didn't exist in the previous version of part 4.
Yeah, I still think it could use, I assume a company like Facebook or whatever have the resources to hire really good experts. So maybe just be explicit about that, and that they convert that language. Maybe they have an assessment, but then they have a layperson's language to explain it to agencies that are reviewing it. But I really feel like it just needs to be a little more explicit here regarding that.
It might be helpful to have Marcus's flow chart again, because there's a lot of discussion around this, the work group, that when an applicant comes to the state for an easement, and we could be talking cables or any other fixture, they might not have the expertise, which is why we've laid out very specifically the things we want to see. So that's when the JARC convenes, and the JARC's gonna review that resource inventory and say, we need more information on this, so that the state can help guide that evaluation. And we put in here authority for DSL to acquire technical experts at the expense of the applicant, so that if they need to, they can go get some outside technical expertise to help review the effects of that application. So that was kind of our thinking in putting together the JARC, having all those agencies weighing in from a parks perspective, a wildlife perspective, everybody able to weigh in and then say, hey, there's some holes in this application and evaluation that we need to fill. So that was sort of.
Okay, if it's captured in there, I mean, and I'm trusting that the work group has delved into this deeply and has covered these things, that's fine. I just didn't see it clear in there, and just want to be sure that there's I think the expertise up front could be helpful to the agencies that review as well. Have a thorough review provided to them initially. So I'll stop there, but it sounds like you got it covered.
And I think we should review that language specifically that we'll take another look at that and make sure it's clear that we expect, a thorough of evaluation as necessary to describe the project and all the resources that it may. Any more, Joe? No, it's fine. Richard.
To do some speculation here based on experience with Goldman. We're going to see a new industry develop on getting permits done. So the key to this is laying out what the requirements are. Making sure that they clearly understand in order to do permits, you've got to do this. They will hire people to get that done. Because the last impediment to the project is going to be getting one. So that have developed its own industry on getting mining permits. And it included, when we got the environmental analysis, it included a lot of retired PhDs and people like that who are providing all the expertise. So I suspect that that's what will happen. But key to what we're doing here was saying, if you come, this is what you're going to have to do. The big thing, piece, in my view on offshore wind, is we're going to develop the rare because nobody set other stuff. And I wouldn't want to tell somebody how to place a windmill, but I would want to tell them, you're going to place a series of windmills, you orient north and south, and we're going to fish between them. So as long as you don't put a bunch of cables down there, interconnect them, we can control them back and forth between them. And that to me would be an applicable standard somebody should put in, but that's what we're doing that.
Oh, apologies in the corner, Rena, please.
No apologies needed. I've been thinking about that flow chart, and I'm not sure what role, an interpretive document or something like that might, I'm not sure that can be part of the policy, but I think that flow chart will be really, really useful, clarifying some of these things for a variety of audiences. Yeah, that's what okay, good.
And then add flow chart.
Yeah.
For those that can't see that, I
Yeah.
think it would be very helpful.
I just went through some of those internally, like flow charts are really good. And then the other piece, I guess I just wanted to say that I think it's really great that we form this chart. Because it's sort of one-stop shopping for all the agencies to get together and confer, right? And from an applicant perspective, that's a lot more straightforward than having to go. So I guess I'm just saying to go some of that. Good part of this.
I can't take any credit. This was developed, this was stolen from part 5. And also semi-directed in the House bill to have this coordination because it is so important that we're considering all of these aspects for all the different projects that might come down the line.
Yeah.
And yes, I also agree the flow chart was super helpful. And I think we should consider adding that in, that would might be helpful for applicants and others to understand when and where to plug in. Because a large part of this process too is the public engagement and at what points can the public and other interested affected parties weigh in? And I think that was a main concern going into this process as well. Anyone online have any comments or feedback on the draft before we move on to some other business and maybe wrapping up next steps? David?
Thank you. You will excuse me, and you will excuse my kind of strident remarks about especially telecommunications cables, things of that nature. I am not only the North Coast Commissioner representative on OPAC, but I am also the Oregon Commissioner representative on OBAC, the Oregon Broadband Advisory Council. The governor has made it very clear that, the most important economic development tool, especially in rural areas, is high-speed internet. And that's absolutely the case. So as we're talking about these trans-Pacific fiber cables coming in, this is all part of now the worldwide network of how people communicate. And this is extremely important to everybody. We've got the opportunity at this point in time to bring in almost $700 million to the state of Oregon for broadband. And I'd hate for that to go away if people don't consider Oregon a friendly place to drop their fiber optic cables so that we can continue to expand. Again, Hillsborough is one of the nexus of the world right now when it comes to telecommunications. So I think we need to be supportive of that. We need to be supportive of rural communities when we're looking to expand our high-speed internet so that everyone can be connected. Education, telemedicine, precision ag, all of these things, extremely important to the state of Oregon. So we just need to be careful on how we design our new regulations. We don't want to push these companies going somewhere else if it's really not necessary. So just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you for that perspective. And that was noted by the working group. We do have cable owners and operators on the working group. And so we heard that loud and clear. Again, these are critical infrastructure. And so that perspective is noted and why we've made some considerations for telecom cables under Part 4. And because that they have been such a big economic driver for Oregon.
Yeah, and I just wanted to publicly thank Scott McMullen for facilitating the tour of the infrastructure, from the beach manhole there at Donna Beach to the backhaul network station to the Hillsborough data center. It was an eye-opening experience to think about how something as small as the garden hose can be a driver of so much investment in the state of Oregon. And I would say that, Oregon is known as one of the better places in the world to lend fiber optic cables because we encourage collaborative problem solving between industries, and we codified that in Part 4 of the TRFC plan when it was originally adopted. That has served us well, and I think that the improvements that we're doing today, strike a good balance between recognizing the benefit of that ocean use to the state, while we're also stating very clearly and importantly that we have ocean users and ocean resources that we do need to think carefully about as our ocean gets busier. We want to have compatible ocean uses in the future. One of the challenges of this particular process has been that we were very focused on fiber optic cables because they are kind of the dominant use that has come into the state today. But we do have that long-term need and balance to think about those other uses of the seafloor and to write a chapter that kind of weighs the balance between that use that we kind of know and is familiar with the uses that we potentially don't know about, with ideas like, freshwater pipelines from the Columbia River down to California, as Scott was telling me about earlier. Right. So there's there's all sorts of ideas about how to use our ocean. And when we think about this version of our territorial sea plan, we need to be thinking broadly while we recognize the issues that, the state has already done a really good partnership on. So that is the balance that I think the working group has tried to strike with this draft version of our amendment. And that I would encourage OPAC to think about as we move this forward.
Anyone last thought? Anyone else for feedback, comments on the draft? I think David's hands up earlier.
David, was that a new hand or a legacy hand?
Well, I just also want to thank Andy and Marcus for their leadership. Been a bit of a sprint here in the last few months, and the working group, all the work that the agencies and working group members have put in. It's been a little bit of a sprint here at the end, and so I know this is feeling a bit rushed, and I think we all appreciate having some additional time here. So I think it's probably a good time to talk about our next steps. And moving forward, we've gotten some good feedback here today. You heard from Andy that the working group is going to need to meet again. So for those of you that are on that, I apologize, but we will be meeting at least a couple more times probably. And I would just say from my perspective, I think my preference would be, and I'll turn to Andy on this, that the working group meet very soon, if possible. And address the points here today and these changes that we just discussed. So that DOJ review and tribal consultation and NOAA review can get going on a draft that's more complete. My concern is moving forward with the draft that the working group might be making changes to. And so I would, any feedback on that from staff or others? My preference would be to meet soon, and then perhaps again in July, once those reviews are complete.
Yeah, Tara, I think that's a good idea, and potentially very necessary. So sorry to call you into action, working group members again, but I guess that's what it's going to take.
Okay, I will work with staff to try to schedule that first working group meeting as soon as next week, perhaps. It'll be fresh in our minds. We will be able to address the issues brought here today by OPAC, brought up today by OPAC, and then get those other reviews going. I think that would be best. We have some public notice requirements, so we'll have to see how far out we can get that meeting. Jeff.
Yeah, I was just wondering if, since we've just seen these documents recently, can OPAC members submit additional comments via email after this meeting, just potentially anything? And what would be the timeline on that? It sounds like you want a meeting with the board group soon, so soon we can comment, few more comments from us.
Yeah, our general rule of practice was that if we were going to consider comments at the working group, we wanted to try and have a week of time, so that our members would have the time to go back and review what those were. So given direction from the chair of the working group, I think as soon as possible, get those comments and email those to Marcus Chatfield and myself, CC Tara. And then we will make sure that those issues get brought up and discussed. And if we can't solve them, we'll give you alternatives again, like we've done today. And so hopefully we can come to a resolution. Laura put in the chat, can we do a poll for availability? And Marcus, I'm going to tag you with that immediately.
Yeah, and I know it is coming up on a holiday weekend, and we have to get that out for public notice. So we'll schedule as soon as possible. But knowing summer vacations are also coming, end of school things, if anybody else has those going on. So I appreciate it, but I do think it would be worthwhile for the working group to try to reconvene as soon as possible. I think that would benefit all. And with that, I think we have one more piece of business or,
Just the,
yeah,
I think I also want to just mention that we would like OPAC to reconvene and hopefully hear all of the work that's been done, and the 2 windows of time that we identified were either early or late August. Those were the availability of our legal counsel.
are we looking to?
Are you asking for?
So I will schedule, and I will send it around the Doodle and see if we can get a quorum of members in August. Not usually a very busy time of year. So we'll see if we can get folks there.
Okay, yeah, first week of August, last week of August. Okay, we will look for those beautiful, or those scheduling polls. Please respond as soon as possible. I know if they're like me, your email gets crazy and then they'll get put to the back, but please try to answer them quickly so we can get these on your calendars. Because I know there are vacations and it's summer in Oregon. We all want to be outside and doing it. Maybe we put OPAC meeting outside. Is that okay, so our last piece of business is to approve the draft meeting summary from January 27th, 2023. If all OPAC members have had an opportunity to review that, I will look for any edits or comments on that. If not, I will entertain a motion.
I move we approve Ocean Policy Advisory Council draft meeting summary from January. So. I'll second.
Okay. Motion by Peggy, seconded by Fran. All in favor, say aye.
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 Thank you. And I think that was our last piece of business. Again, look for those scheduling polls, working group. I think Chris.
First, I saw them before lunch, I saw them before, and then you guys are gonna hate me. I wanted to wrap up something, or just go back to something I had mentioned earlier, when we were having the wind energy conversations, Richard and Joe in particular. I had emailed my contact as well, who's technically the head of the Oregon effort. If you don't have her contact already, I can schedule with her, but Jean Thurston Keller. I just mentioned to her what I was hearing from you and the interest for some of these non-governmental groups to be able to meet and talk directly with them, and I mentioned Brooklyn in particular. And I asked her if it was okay if I could put you in touch directly and just kind of express, what you had shared. And she said, she made it back to me and she just said, yeah, I'd be very interested in connecting with them. Please send them my information and have them reach out directly. So I think I really appreciate that response from her. That's what I was hoping for. I think, more of an informal just chance to reach out and say, here's what I'm thinking, can we talk? She seems very receptive to that. So if you don't have her information, feel free to stop by and I can get it or I can connect you again on myself.
Thank you. That's a great update to end the meeting with. Again, I want to thank everybody for their work today. Appreciate your swift review and do send in your comments to us on the draft. We will take them under consideration. And with that, I think we can adjourn. So 7 minutes early or 6 minutes earlier, not bad.
If you guys want to sign in,
Oh,
if you could give me a signature, it goes for my spots log for paying for lunches and things. So.
Thank you, everyone online. Have a nice day. Oh.